favorite topics because it wasn't until I started taking these classes that I realized soil is not dirt. Soil is alive and it's vibrant and you need to take care of it. Mother Earth, right? So this is John Ferguson. He has a PG, which is
Professional geoscientist. I'm a licensed soil scientist in the state of Texas.
so he has been doing this all his life, and he knows soils backwards and forwards. So John, wait, let me make sure before we start. I don't know if they can hear us online.
Okay.
Okay, guys. I need somebody. I need somebody to unmute and tell me if they can hear us. Hello?
Yeah, you're good.
Awesome.
Good morning, we can hear you.
Thanks, Bill. Thank you.
All good. All right, the story begins over 40 years ago. When I was in college, I studied a lot of math, physics, chemistry, geology, blah, blah, blah. Well, when I was trained in conventional horticulture, agriculture, and I was out putting a vegetable garden in my backyard, conventional wisdom at the time says you just keep potato eyes, a fungicide called half-in. The potatoes won't rot in the ground, you get more plants, more potatoes. I washed up afterwards, next morning, couldn't move my fingers, couldn't open my eyes, barely breathe. My wife rushed me to the hospital. The doctor said it came 2 hours losing my life. It took me 6 months to recover. Being a scientist, started researching it and found that 35,000 people a year died from catnip exposure, and that was acceptable risk in the EPA guidelines. Being the rebellious spirit, I said, and I started questioning what I was taught in grad school, and I got fed a bunch of garbage paper about the chemical companies. So that started the journey, and I started applying what I knew to studying biological methods, organic methods, if you would. And what I've learned is they work better, cheaper, better than using chemicals, and they protect the environment. So, no further ado. Okay.
I can fix that. I have this thing called the magic finger. Have the magic finger. I'll have to talk this one. Now do it.
Okay, we'll go with it.
We'll go with that.
I want to start with this slide here. This is back to theory. Probably some of y'all use a microlite fertilizer. This is Mike's ranch yard. If you notice here, lots of snow, the neighbor's snow, but his yard hardly any. Because he's all organic, there's so much biological activity generating heat. He didn't have hurt any freeze damage. So this gives you an idea of how these little things you don't see it can add up. My own yard, it's been Better Homes and Gardens years ago. And this is what I started with, this good old white clay. I haven't watered my lawn since the drought of 2011. Saved $1,000. But when you put this to work, it can save a lot of money. And the model we talked about is called the soil food web. And just a couple of review, a couple of things that it is one of the biggest mistakes. People come in, I talk to them, is they cut quality, cut money on the soil. But that's the limiting factor. And the old gardening proverb, far cheaper to put a $1 plant and a $10 plant. So when we grow in our yards of grass, soil prep is where it begins. And if you don't take care of your soil, you're wasting your money. So, start with this cartoon. What's the difference between soil and dirt? Soil has life. Yeah, you go out to the forest or the Great Plains, you pick up a handful of soil, there's 6 trillion microorganisms. Most of what people have is dirt, what you sweep out of your house. Soil biology. Well, as soil scientists, we started to study nature. If you go out into the forest, soils hold a lot of water. There's a lot of minerals, pH is buffered. But we start looking at agriculture fields or lawns and gardens, and they're totally opposite. You have to ask the question, why? Why do we see such a difference? Here, there's no problems, high productivity, lots of problems, low productivity. Well, we start looking at USDA data. As we've applied more pesticides, more herbicides, the weed problems have gotten worse, the disease problems have steadily gotten worse. And if we look here, from 1900 to about 1950, the amount of problems didn't change, and all of a sudden, there's spikes. Anybody have a clue what might occur, cause that? Chemicals. Well, chemicals. What? Well, nice to know what I'm looking for.
At the end of World War II.
Excellent.
Nasty chemical, they wanted something to do with
Not the nasty chemicals.
fertilizer.
Remember the Oklahoma City bombing a few years ago? What were the bombs made of?
Fertilizer.
Gee, World War II is over. No one's buying bombs anymore. What can I do with it? I'll make artificial fertilizer. It became available, cheap, and the problem shut off its scale. My wife's a psychologist, so this is out of one of her journals 30 years ago. But the amount from 6 million Einsteins in this country to 2 million, is from 6 million to 10 million retarded. And it's even worse today. So done in society. What are pesticides? Neurotoxic. What's the human brain? Neurons. Like there may be a connection. Men's sperm counts are down 50%. Nutritional density of our food is plummeted. At the same time, as we started killing the soil, ammonium nitrate fertilizer, essential elements for our health has plummeted. From 1950 to 1998, to get enough iron, you had to eat 26 apples compared to 1 in 1950. Today, it's over 50 apples. So, at the same token, if we look at data from all the different agencies, as the elements, phosphorus, selenium, copper, cobalt, calcium, iron decreased, all the heart problems, health problems. We now know there's about 700 human health problems caused or aggravated by trace micronutrient deficiencies. So I won't go on. Anybody know what the original patent for Roundup was? Probably not. Pipe descaler. You can put the glyphosate, the active ingredient, into a pipe and pull off calcium magnesium scale and dissolve. I wonder why so many people are having knee replacements, hip replacements, or eating food that Roundup on, preventing the body from absorbing calcium magnesium, causing bone deterioration. What was the second patent? Glyphosate. Antibiotic. So when you eat foods on it, it messes up your intestinal micronutrients, which is 80% of our immune system. I go on, and we know it causes cancer now, etc. Well, researchers, anybody know what Russian roulette is? You have 1.6, you have a 0.16 chance of being dangerous. Well, researchers look with Roundup, these different diseases, 0.99, that's almost a virtual certainty, it's a link, correlation. So I won't spend a lot of time, the Enhanced Profit Agency, we got a dead zone from all the chemicals, got 300 dead zones around the world now. And that's protein lost in our fish, and aquatic population to feed a couple billion people. So we have a system that's failed miserably. So it starts here. This new model of how nature works. Everything needs energy. Sunlight, plants do photosynthesis, capture the carbon and stuff, make organic matter. This organic matter, this energy flows. The bacteria, fungi eat the organic matter. They provide work in the soil, create soil structure. They feed the protozoa stuff, animals, birds, and mankind. We call it a food web because as what we call a first stage decomposer eating the dead organic matter, they feed these guys, so forth here, but the fecal matter here comes all the way back to food. Nature doesn't waste anything. Everything is recycled and reused. So when we get this food web working in our yards, our gardens, our forests, our prairies, problems go away. We get disease suppression. A lot of the good microbes compete for the same food as bad guys. Some put out chemicals. Everybody knows penicillin, which prevent bad guys from growing. Thirdly, some things eat the bad guys. We hold nutrients, get water, nutrients, etc. Improve crop quality, flavor, nutrients, yield. The story I love to share is about 20 years ago. You know, when I was in college, Gallo was kind of an inexpensive wine to have a party with. Then they started winning awards as some of the finest wines in the world. And they admitted those were organically grown grapes, fertilized with compost. Turns out there's a species of fungus that colonizes the grape root. And the fungus or the fungi produces flavonoids, which then get absorbed into the root, into the grape, gave a superior wine, a superior flavor. Ah, but if you sprayed the grape with botrytis or something, well, fungicide, what happens when it rains? Into the soil, you lose that benefit. So a simple example. Well, in soil science, we said, okay, we got a system that's not working. Let's start studying it. We look at the desert. Well, what do you got growing in the desert? Cactus. What's in the soil? The bacteria. Maybe some bacteria. No fungus, no protozoa, very little life. We move up to grasslands. Also, we get fungus, protozoa, nematodes. And finally, go to rainforest, the most productive ecosystem on Earth. We might have 1,000 times more fungus in the soil than bacteria. So we're starting to see a picture emerge. So we've been able to map this. Well, the microbiologists, the plants we call weeds, annual species, they like soils low in oxygen. They have to have their nitrogen and nitrate. And they like soils with lots of bacteria. They'd have to be as fungus to bacterial ratio. As we go to early grasses like Bermuda, we start seeing some fungus show up. Big grasses like St. Augustine, almost equal amounts of bacteria and fungus in the soil. We go to row crops, equal amounts. Shrubs, vines like blackberries, dewberries, start 4 or 5 times more fungus. And finally, the old growth forest. So we can use this. So we start looking, air pollution, action, the things we call disturbances. Why don't we see it? We see it in nature, the forest, great plains, the prairies, but why not in our yards and gardens? It's because we did something to destroy it. Even the type organic matter. Why does some type of mulches get rid of fire ants? Other type of mulches attract fire ants. You now know. So we have this model. So what we do to the system, the disturbances, do we push something back here where it's dominated by weeds? Or do we do things to our yards, gardens, that pushes it forward where we don't have the weeds? After Mount St. Helens blew, what was the first thing that came back? The annual weed species. After Hurricane Night flooded the Gulf Coast, what was the first thing that came back? The weedy species. They grow, getting annuals, they die, put some organic matter in the soil, and after several generations, you get fungi that come in, and the soil heals itself. But we can do, but what we play to our soil, push something forward or back. Other things, you know, when I was back in college, oh, we're going to grow a plant to eat sterile soil. It's in all my books, textbooks, courses. Well, Dr. Elaine Ingham up at Oregon State at the time, microbiologist, started questioning that. She could not find a single paper published in any journal anywhere that said sterile soil, traced it back to the peat moss manufacturers. You can't fancy that. So she actually measured plant growth with just soil, just bacteria only, plant growth with bacteria and nematodes. Just shot the heck out of that thing. You have to have sterile soil. So that brings us to a root. This is kind of a blown up thing of a root with its root hairs. Can anybody tell me what's wrong with it? It's missing something. We've learned that almost 90% of the plants on Earth live in a symbiotic relation with fungi in the soil. And these good fungi, like mycorrhizal or other types, coat that root hair. So if a root feeding nematode came by, he can't get to that tender root tip because there's an armor of fungus protecting him. So here's a scanning electron microscope. As the root grows, you can see the fungal cells with it, growing with it, protecting it. And we're learning more and more about mycorrhizal fungus and how important they are to plant health. Here's just a few day old pine seedling that just germinated. We see these white clusters of nitrogen fixing bacteria forming nodules to get nitrogen from the air to get it to the plant. All the rest of this white stuff is fungus mycelium. Pines are pioneer species that grow on poor soil, sandy soils. Look how much that root zone has been expanded, 100 times, 1,000 times, with like water and nutrients because of the colonization of the fungi. Another test, 1 week old seedling growing in sandy soil with no fungus, with fungus, 1 week. Does that make a powerful difference? Field crop. This is grown totally organically with lots of fungus, grown conventionally. If this is a fruit tree, which one thinks we have more fruit? Or bigger flowers? Yeah. Withstanding windstorm, drought. Yeah. But many of these microbes put out growth hormones and things to help the plant grow. So a few years ago, I co-authored a book with Dr. Mike Amaranthus. This is some of the research he did. This is out in Southern California, very salty soils. These lemon trees in this orchard, the only difference on this side and this side, has been about 30, 40, 50 cents worth of mycorrhizal fungus put at the transplanted planting time. 3 years later, this side was already in production, making my farmer money. Is that worth 50 cents? Yeah. So it just kind of shows. And like I said, the fungi, other things, fungi glue stuff together. They decompose a lot of complex carbon. They retain nutrients. They bind stuff. And I brought this example to kind of show how fungi bind stuff together. I'll pass it around here. Whoever gets it, just bring it back up at the end. Just to show how white rock fungus is lots that molds together. Lots of erosion. So, but what about bacteria? Here's a type of bacteria colonizing the root hairs. Many types of bacteria can take nitrogen out of air. Nitrogen is what's called a triple bond. It's very hard to break. Like lightning breaking. That's why a lot of times after you get thunderstorms, plants are almost smiling at you. So that they have water soluble nitrogen through their leaves. But it's fixing nitrogen. Well, why do bacteria and fungi colonize at plant roots? Yeah, that's nutrition. You're right on track. We've learned that plants through photosynthesis, 70 to 80% of all the amino acids, protein, vitamins, complex carbohydrates, sugars they produce, they dump into the soil, like here. You can see the root tip here, and all this being dumped. Bacteria colonize it. We call this root exudates. Now, if you gave away half your paycheck every month, do you expect something in return? Hey, I think donations, I'm ready to retire. No, this is food for the bacteria, the fungus they want. So, and that's what brings them in. St. Augustine grass. How big will a St. Augustine grass can it grow genetically? No volunteers? University of Florida has measured 12 feet. That's the genetic potential. So St. Augustine is a hybrid or cross between a South African prairie grass that can live on 15 inches of rain a year and a Gulf Coast species that can take the humidity and moisture. So it has the genetic potential. This is courtesy of Gallon Irrigation, Gene Barnes. Look how the fungus has colonized that root tip, spreading out. And this root was about 8 to 9 inches long or better. So by not using fungicide on this grass, and in my yard, I measured my St. Augustine roots going down almost 4 feet, because my clay is broken down almost 4 feet over the years. So as long as you get oxygen, the roots go down. Anybody have a clue how deep a tree root may go?
Depends on the soil.
Up in Oregon, they measured some roots 512 feet coming through the roof of a cave. Through DNA mapping, they mapped it to the tree up above. So that's what genetic potential. Okay. Okay. There we go. Other things like fungus death splash. You heard me mention I didn't have to water my yard or garden. Under traditional soil science, the blue is hitting a sand or clay is how much water is in the soil. Through chemistry, we get this much, about 35–40% of the water is available to plants. When we use biology, the other 60% or more becomes available. Because the bacteria and fungus can go out and collect those water molecules and give it to the plant. So, another example of organic matter. A topsoil with just 3% organic matter by weight, 60% porosity, filled air, water. That's 120,000 gallons of water per acre to be stored. That trying to give you a clue how important organic matter is. And a great topsoil, 8% by weight. Anybody have a clue what the Great Plains were before we plowed them up?
Yeah.
About 8% organic matter. That's why, you know, if the roots there can go down to 12–15 feet, tremendous water source. That's how they thrive. Other things, compaction. Just a 7% increase in soil density. Now reduced the amount of water that soaks into your soil by 98%. What are some things that cause this compaction? What? Machinery. Machinery, weight.
Rain,
Traffic, yeah.
rain,
Might be.
Rain can cause a surface layer compaction if you don't have mulch on. That drops hitting, cause artificial fertilizer. There's salts, the chemical salt, they go down and recrystallize and glue on your soil particles together. Fluoride and water systems. You have calcium and magnesium in your soil, essential plant nutrients. Fluoride in our water system combines with the calcium from fluorapatite, the rock mineral, glues your soil particles together. So the more you water, you get more hard pan. Hard pan, you don't get oxygen. Without oxygen, the microbes die. Roots don't go deep. So, other things, top dressing your yard and compost. You hear a lot about top dressing and compost. Mulching. Why is it important? If the soil temperature is 70 degrees or less, 100% of the moisture of plant absorbs for growth. If soil temperature gets up to 100, only 15% moisture is used for growth. How warm do you think soils can get out here in Texas in bare sun without mulch on?
Hotter than
130 degrees.
yeah.
So it means 100% of the moisture is going to cool the plant. Gets up to 140, the beneficial bacteria start dying, you leave it happen. So mulching is important. So, well, let's look at some other critters. What about protozoa, amoebas, flagellates, ciliates? They swim around the soil, the water films around soil particles. What do they do for us? Well, we need to think about the chemistry a little bit here. Researchers have gone all over the world. Soils that are healthy, fertile, productive, have 30 carbon atoms to 1 nitrogen. This is tens of thousands of samples all over the world, so it's pretty strong evidence. So we studied nature. Bacteria have 5 carbons to 1 nitrogen in their bodies. They're the most nitrogen-rich life form on Earth. Fungi about 20 to 1. People are 31. Green leaves are 31. Protozoa 31. Fish are 31. Snakes are 31. Bats are 30 to 1. It's a constant we see. Human bodies 30 to 1. The constant we see through nature. Nematodes 100, brown material 50, conifer wood 500, barks can be 700 to 1. But we want 30 to 1. So how does this relate to these guys? Well, got a bacteria. You've got 5 carbon atoms to 1 nitrogen. But for that bacteria to grow and reproduce, it's got to have 30 carbon atoms. So what does any good little bacteria do? No, it eats more bacteria. Eats 6 bacteria total, 5 and 6, 30, got 30 carbons, but it's got 6 nitrogen atoms, only needs 1. So what does he do with those extra nitrogen atoms? He poops them out. Where's the bacteria is the highest? Right next to the root hair. So those root exudates are coming out. So the fungus or the plant can just suck it right up. Nature's amazing. So let's go on. Clay soils. Clay soils are made of silicate minerals. You know, silicate make a quartz. Hard, tough stuff. Clay can form sheets. Well, one of the things we can do, there's certain mulches that feed the bacteria that produces enzymes that breaks these sheets apart. And they glue it around their body so they don't get eaten by the protozoa. You form your first micro aggregate soil structure. After time, other fungal hyphae take these micro aggregates and pull it together. This is the same soil, this heavy black yellow clay of South Texas, known as the Beaumont Lake Charles clay. And the same soil today, a few years later, pass that around through the action of the microbes. Anybody have a clue what this guy is? How many people have St. Augustine grass? Majority of people. Ever get brown patch, take off, St. Augustine decline? Why? Asking a loaded question. Well, if you've got this chain forming bacteria called Actinomycetes in your soil, you'll never get those diseases. He loves to increase those diseases. That's his role to keep that control. There's a product called Actinovate. It's definitely here. So, well, this guy, why do you think they kill him? Give you a hint. Why do you put salt in the canned goods, potted meat, and jerky? Kill bacteria. All artificial fertilizers are chemically salts. When you dump a 40-pound bag of salt on your yard, you kill off this guy. With no natural control, what moves in? The Rhizoctonia solani, we call brown patch. I heard on the radio this morning, driving up, a large patch of renaming it. I'm sure that's a marketing scam, but somebody. Yeah. What do you think else you think kills this guy?
Compost.
What?
Compost.
No, compost don't kill him.
Fertilizer.
Fertilizer, yes. How do we put chlorine, fluoride in water systems? Chlorine and fluoride are strong disinfectants. They kill bacteria. So the more you water your yard, the more of these good guys you kill off, more problems you're going to have. So, well, on the converse, where can you get this guy? Gave you a hint, product called Actinovate. Used to be here in the Woodlands, they finally moved out of state, got bought out by Monsanto. It was a biological grow. Good quality compost, leaf mold compost is full of this guy. So, questions? See some puzzle faces. Okay. Well, other things. We're on the Gulf Coast. We have a lot of problems with sodium in the soil. You know, part of our oil industry, we've got thousands of salt domes that push up near the surface that create fault zones, groundwater gets in, dissolves the salt, gets into our soils. You know, back during Hurricane Ike, they made salt from the Gulf of Mexico to Texas County. So the tropical storms bring salt in. So many of our soils are native sodium toxicity. Well, what sodium does, it doesn't change pH much, but it displaces where the soil could hold good nutrients like potassium, magnesium, calcium, and nitrogen. So if you got salt in your soil, you put down a fertilizer, it goes out to the Gulf of Mexico, creates a dead zone. But after it kills all your microbes in your soil first. Chemical companies have known this for years. They tell you, Mr. Jones, you kind of fertilize your spring seed, you need to fertilize your yard, you need to put down some fertilizer, triple 13 or whatever. You do. Fertilizer company makes about 30% profit on fertilizer. You put down that fertilizer and it kills off the beneficial microbes, about actinomyces and others there. You get brown patch or take all or St. Augustine fine. Gee, Mrs. Jones, you got a brown patch problem. You need Terrachlor, Funginex, one of the broad spectrum fungicides. We got a 300% profit margin there. Well, healthy soil, I mean, just a teaspoon of good healthy soil may have several thousand species of fungi in it. You can kill them all off. It's kind of like going to a Texans game, 85,000 people, one criminal. Oh, we need to kill everybody. Make sense? So you put the Funginex down, you kill off the fungi. Well, fungi break down thatch. So without the fungi, you get a thatch problem. What are some insect pests that love to hide in thatch? Sod webworms, excellent. What else? Chinch bugs. Gee, Mrs. Jones, you got a chinch bug problem. You need some good man diazepam. We got a 3,000% profit margin on those products. They knock it back. No life in the soil. Your soil becomes compacted. Oh, gee, Mrs. Jones, you got a weed problem. We're trying to fix soil problem. Oh, by the way, you need a quarter-8. Time for some weed feed. Keep you on this circle. And like I said, a number of years ago, my yard was in Better Homes and Gardens. The day after the photo shoot, one of the big Kim Long type companies put a 3-page flyer, and I think all the things wrong with my yard and how they're going to fix it. It was amazing. Okay, salts. And there's some salt damage, which is like the disease problem. And it's very important. Remember this. Probably some of you are old enough to remember this. It used to advertise Morton salt as a herbicide because it kills plants. So another example of how important salt is. This is a special membrane here. It does not let the sodium chloride ions pass. If there's no salt or water, the roots go right through it into the nutrient solution. If there's some dissolved salt, the plants can sense it and turn away. So when you use a salt-based product, like artificial fertilizers, cow manure, poultry manure, high salt products, work good in Dallas, but not in this area because we got too much salt. The salt moves in, settles in the soil, creates that hard pan layer. Roots can sense it, they turn away, won't go dig. So you got to water all the time. Does that make sense? You feel like sense how this thing's kind of tied together? Dyed mulches. One of my pet peeves, good, bad, or ugly. The late Randy Lemon shared this slide with me. Look how it's killing here. What is the carbon nitrogen ratio of healthy soil? 30 to 1. What is the carbon nitrogen ratio of the dyed mulch? It's over 500 to 1, raw wood. And you can see what's happening is the microbes try to break it down, it's tying up all the nutrients, sucking it out of the soil, stressing your plants. And we have hundreds of insect disease problems that love to attack stressed plants, because that's what their role in nature is, to get rid of weak, stressed plants. So we create the conditions. Anybody know what the chemical is for the black mulch? How to make it black? Carbon black. I got a ring roll. I got to be careful. Colleague in arms here. Yeah, black mulch. Carbon black. It's a known carcinogen. Why in it? Would you want to put that in your yard with children and pets to play in? Don't even get me going. Another example, I told you it's cheaper to go use the modern biological methods, organic methods. This is back in 2011. This yard went organic in January of that year. This yard had a chemical maintenance company. Pictures taken in September after the first rains, the drought busted. Added up the cost here. Organic yard, our micro-life organic fertilizers, leaf mold compost, water, cost them $773 per year. They came through the drought in pretty good shape. Here they spent $3,300 and they lost their entire yard. Which one works better? Which one is cheaper? Yeah. Okay, it's froze up again.
Got it.
Okay, other things we're learning about fungus. Anybody ever grow tomatoes and get nematode problems? Well, you don't have the right type of nematodes, the right type of fungus in the soil. This is an example. These are fungal hyphae. You see these loops? The fungus grows it in and puts out chemicals to mimic root exudates bait. When the nematode swims into it, you see how it squeezes shut, choking the nematode. So the nematode, instead of eating your root, he's now being digested and turned into plant food. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Then we got predator nematodes. There's about 1,400 species of nematodes. Only 20 are bad guys. The rest are beneficial. And they've been very effective. I know years ago, when my kids were little, I had a pet dog, got fleas in the yard and stuff. Instead of using chemical bombs, I just bought some nematodes, put them in the yard, stopped the breeding cycle, and they had all died off in 30 days. Cost me $60 wherever, it's several $100 for a pest control company. It's not going to work anyway. So we've all seen pictures like here about how the microbes, the bacteria, fungus, algae work together to create lichens, break down rock. Do you think they quit working just because can't see them? This is an example of soybean transplants put into pure pea gravel. How many people use pure pea gravel as a pipe? Nobody in their right mind. But to illustrate a point, when their transplants are put into pure, you can see 100% chloride. But as you add more and more microbes, the microbes are ripping that rock apart atom by atom, providing enough nutrients for the soybean transplant to grow. Yeah. Row crop, the University of Georgia study. Here's saying this row was conventional, this row was organic. Look at the difference. Well, they had a nematode problem here. And here, they applied actinovate, or it should be saying not a fungal problem. Applied actinovate, took care of it instead of using a fungicide. What about earthworms? Good guy or bad guy? Good guy. Earthworms aerate the soil. Earthworms eat a lot of pathogens. We used to make these organic matter, but we've learned as the material goes through their gut, somehow they will destroy pathogenic microbes, bacteria, fungus. And the good guys, the beneficial, can increase 100 to 1,000 times in density. Earthworms produce oxidants. They line their tunnels with it in their capsules. That's the most powerful plant growth stimulator known to mankind. So, of course, it's in their caskets. What about grubworms? Good guy, bad guy? What?
They're a good guy.
Basically, they're a good guy, unless we've done something to screw the system up. In nature, they never get high enough to cause problems. So they make the earthworms make little tunnels, the grubs make big tunnels through your soil for like the air ducts in this building, where lots of air and water can move in and out of your soil. So, but if it gets too close, say to a rose bush or a plum tree that's got mycorrhizal fungus on it, the fungal hyphae go out there, they put out chemicals to paralyze them, and they start digesting him. So he's finally gone. So instead of that grub eating your plant roots, by the way, they prefer decaying organic matter to living plant matter. But you know, if I'm starving to death, I'd eat dog food, even though I prefer T-bone steak. You know, so they're like that too. They don't have organic matter in the soil. They're forced to eat roots. If we destroyed the organic matter of artificial fertilizers, well, we did it to ourselves. Well, what about this cute little fella? Or this guy? Or this guy? Those are microanthropods. The first two are called soil shredders. They take the decaying organic matter and they rip them apart, just like a rodent shell. So you get more surface area, more bacteria, fungus, they attack it, break it down, turn it into humus forest. So that's a water bear. He's the guy that lives in outer space without a spacesuit. But he sucks the juices out of algae and filamentous fungi, etc. Or what about springtail? Yeah, good guy. They help keep the organic matter. Their poops they leave the elements in a very form that plants can absorb in. So they help to convert the nutrients into a plant available form. We talked about, bullfrog may be able to jump 10, 12 feet. Compared to the body size, he can jump about 100 times further than a bullfrog. But what's cool, why does an animal that is its entire life in the soil have antennae to sense electromagnetic radiation?
Blind,
What?
it's blind.
Yeah, well, he may be, I don't know.
Yeah, it's gotta be a blind food, right?
There's something in benefit. We know we're learning more and more in soil science that electromagnetic radiation can penetrate sometimes a foot or more into the soil. And many insects have antennas that live in the soil. Somehow or another, they use this energy. Dr. Philip Callahan, who's an entomologist now deceased, discovered a property. He found areas that are around the world, highly fertile, productive soils are paramagnetic. Paramagnetism, kind of like electricity, you've got conductors and insulators. In magnetics, you got things that are either magnetic or diamagnetic. Just a property of matter. But soils that are paramagnetic had high productivity. He did thousands of samples all over the world. Well, where does cause paramagnetism? Elements, higher levels of trace elements in the soil. There's different theories why no one's proven it, but soils that have lots of dissolved elements, trace, and the micronutrients tend to be healthier and have less problems. Somehow it's related to the fact that those minerals that are paramagnetic help focus energy into the soil, makes it more available for the insects that have antennas. Nature's amazing. Then we got the millipedes, centipedes, pillbugs. He's another guy. He prefers the decaying organic matter. Yeah, but if you don't have the right type available for him, what does he do? It's called fission. So we determined if he's a good guy or bad. What about this slide? Anybody tell me what this is? Give you a hint. How does nature aerate big clay soils?
Fruits, plants,
Another hint. Any Cajuns in here?
Crawfish.
Crawfish. Very good. Crawfish tunnels. That's big. Over an inch in diameter and go down 10 to 12 feet. You got 15 or 20 per square yard. That's a lot of water to go into those holes. It'd be absorbed horizontally as well as vertically. So, and I love this slide because between this giant soldier bug stabbed this one, sucking his juices out at the same time he stabbed an aphid sucking his juices out. So nature is just a series of check and balances. So really, for gardeners, for farmers, we're farming livestock. I need to pick up the pace. I'm running out of time. This is years ago when a lot of this research came out. This guy 30 years ago, I was at a soil conference up by the USDA up in Beltsville, Maryland. That previous year, Gary Logan up in Indiana had just won the National Corn Growing Championship, coming in about 250 something bushels an acre. And most guys are averaging around 145 to 150. He could blow them out of the water. In the USDA, it said, you can't feed the wolf organic, yet he was getting your 70% higher yield and 3 or 4 times the nutrient density. So they said, well, what was he doing? Well, he used rock dust, he used compost. And the USDA started just doing test after test. And that was some of the early research that led to this model. Another example, this is a section about kernel cutting. I believe jasmine, very susceptible to cotton root rot when grown in low soils or pine bog. All we did here on this test was grow it in a composted native mulch. The compost today mulch has extremely high microbial densities, 100% disease control just by changing the potting medium. Front yard, this is over in Ailey Ferry, black clay, alkaline soil. City of Houston tree giveaway, a little 6-8 inch sapling here. Wasn't growing, been there for years, hadn't grown an inch. We came in with a bag of compost, put around it, watered it in, a week later. Pretty good green up. One of our local soil testing labs said it was worthless. 3 of those up in the Bryan College Station area. Yeah, why did it show that they thought it was bad? They only measured water soluble nitrogen. Where was the nitrogen in the compost? Bacteria bodies at 5-1. The organic matter was not water soluble, so it doesn't leach, doesn't pollute the biofilm streams. But that's a pretty strong nitrogen effect. Only problem was that surge in organic matter and the microbes quickly rotted that little stake. The yard guy mowed the tree down. 3 years later, that's never happened to anybody, right? About 3 years later, now, yeah, it's now 6 foot across instead of a little 24 inches across. Still providing benefits. Another example, this was this peat moss, 50% compost. This is marigolds, a little test. Where we got 3-to-1 soil to 1 part compost, we got maximum growth. 3-to-1 by volume is about 25% below, 80% organic matter. Kind of interesting. They knew what it was doing in the Great Plains. Another practical example. Any engineers here? Okay, civil engineering example. This is up at a landfill up in Central Texas. This was the east facing slope, 3-to-1 slope. It had been hydroseeded, you know, that blue green stuff you see all the time. This was the north slope. They disc in about 4 inches of compost with a farm tractor and hand crank for a seed spreader. Both pictures 3 months after application, and the goal was to establish vegetation and stop erosion, seal the landfill. Chemical, biological. Which one got the bid? Had to go low bid. Because the cost of the compost was 30% more. So every 4 months for the last 25 years, the city goes out and redoes it. They've spent 100 times more than it would cost to do it right the first time. The ignorance of our politicians. Talk a little bit about nutrients. Typical soil science says soil needs to be slightly acidic to get maximum nutrition. Maximum elements become water soluble, plants can absorb it. Well, this is my first experience 30 years ago. This was a little kumquat in the backyard, citrus. I'm in black clay, so I had pH of about 10, very alkaline. All my textbooks said citrus needs prefer a sandy loam, slightly acidic soil. I put it in, the tree was dying. See how quiet it was. All the energy was going into fruit production instead of seeds. Took a wheelbarrow load of compost, dumped on it. A couple months later, all the chloride problems went away. The soil was still alkaline. Only problem was after a few years, that microlite fertilizer, that tree was now 15 foot tall, blocking the bedroom window. My wife had to get a chainsaw out, cut it down. But up before we were, I had about 15 types of citrus going in that black clay, totally healthy. Another example. Years ago, when I first started learning about this, there was an article in one of my journals, Soil Science Society of America journal, about this guy over at the University of Edinburgh over in Scotland. Said he was growing hydrangeas in a pH 10 soil. We all know hydrangeas like an acidic soil, right? So I said, okay. Well, I went out into my local nursery, picked up 4 dwarf hydrangeas, put them in my black alkaline clay. They did just like my textbook said. They became chlorotic. Put some compost around the one on the left. About 10 days later, it's starting to get better. After about 3 months, the one here was almost dead. Look how it totally recovered. The eggs are still almost 10. What happened? Why? Well, the researchers discovered that it's not necessarily acidic condition type drainage like. They were hyper accumulators of the element magnesium. So when is magnesium available in the soils? Either when the soil is acidic or you got lots of bacteria and fungus. It finds the element magnesium gives the plant. Plant doesn't care how it gets it, as long as it gets it. Well, the problem was after applying compost a couple times, this thing got started getting 6, 7 foot tall, walking the front walkway, and it's out there on machete trying to prune it. No salt damage. Other thing, basically, fungi in the soil tend to make the soils acidic. Bacteria tend to make the soils alkaline. This is an mulch example. Remember from one of the early slides. Oh, this is tree root density growing under a native mulch, tree root density under grass. Remember, grass likes a lot of bacteria in the soil. Compared to trees, trees want 100 to 1,000 times more fungus. Well, which tree do you think is going to survive a drought better? Growth factor. Yes. One better root system. Because the grass is putting roots index to encourage bacteria to suppress the fungus. The tree is putting out root index to encourage fungus to suppress bacteria. So it just shows how that native mulch, which is a fungal food, makes a difference. Greenhouse test. These are roses, different species, about 20 different species of roses in the greenhouse. Here's a traditional peat moss based mixture. This was a fungal rich compost mixture. Cuttings have been here about 8 weeks. The ones on the organic side, you can see them starting to bloom even. If we look on the left, whoops, had about 80% rooting success. You can see the diseases, yet almost 100% rooting on the ones on the compost side. In the same greenhouse, the ones that using the chemical approach had black spot mildew problems. On the organic side, 100% disease control just by changing the soil they're growing. This is a yard, caught my attention. It's first week of February one day. This guy was putting compost out, top dressing. His yard had already greened up. This guy used one of the chemical lawn services. It was very dormant. Both people moved out within a few weeks of each other. But a couple years later, I was back there, and I noticed the guy had been organic after several years of neglect, still in good shape. The chemical yard is full of weeds. They were trying to fix those soil problems caused by all the chemicals. Give me an idea. Everybody's familiar with dandelion, right? What is, we used to, again, when I was in grad school, you got a dandelion or a weed, you need herbicide, nuke it. Now we ask, why is that weed growing? What is its purpose in nature? So using dandelion as an example, it has a deep taproot. So when being an annual, when it dies, that taproot rots. You got to know that air and water can go into your soil, go down 3 or 4 feet. Also, dandelions, they pick up calcium. We know is a mobile element. If we see our cave form, calcium gets dissolved. The calcium goes down to the subsoil. So dandelions pick up calcium atoms into their leaf tissue. When they die, the leaf rot, the calcium is released to the topsoil. When we get the correct amount of calcium in the topsoil, the seed won't even germinate. It's done its role. So it's sits there waiting dormant. You might, I got a farm up near LaGrange, been a cotton farm for 40, 50 years. Once I've got the soil, the life coming out of the soil, seed, wildflowers that hadn't seen on the property for 70 years, popped up and started to germinate. Just waiting until things were right. So, anyway, this is an example here in Congress. A company called Safelons applied compost here, up near the Capitol building, where you have the most traffic, use conventional chemicals here, biological, chemical. Which one did a better job? You're talking about millions of people trump on those first 3 a year. Which one did the Park Service do? They had to go here. Okay, they were required to go with lowest bid. Not best bid, not lowest long term. Another example, this is a football field on the east side of Houston, off the San Houston Tollway. They had grass that wasn't growing. This is in late January, trying to get ready for the spring season. They had fertilized it, they'd overseeded it with rye. You know, put seaweed and trace minerals or everything, through the kitchen sink at it, nothing was happening. One of the landscape companies who volunteered at Christian High School said you need to put some compost on your field. Compost is too expensive, compost doesn't work, blah, blah, blah. He came up one day in his pickup truck, got 1 yard of compost, put a stake on the 50-yard line, spread it over that whole big area, you know, less than a 1/4 inch. Did it on January 31st, the picture was taken mid-February. Then the grounds manager said, "What did you do to my field? How fast can you do the rest of it?" Well, I don't have it in this slide set, but yeah, but had some side effects that spring football season. Obviously, after they did the whole field, they had to mow more. They had over an 80% reduction in injuries. Remember that hard play example I passed around, how the micro turned to loose slow? So instead of bones breaking or pulling the muscles, it gave. The medical savings paid for compost 100 times over. But boy, talk to HISD about trying to put compost in their fields to reduce injuries. Oh, that's too dangerous. I'd rather be playing diazem on Thursday. So anyway. Well, we've talked a little bit about NPK, magnesium, calcium, micronutrients, trace elements. My first experience, 40 years ago, this is out behind my house. I'm going to buy them. And lots of compost in the soil and everything, rich organic soil. Spring garden, that's putting in broccoli, cauliflower, Brussels sprouts, cabbage, kale. Every other transplant hole, I put a teaspoon of mineral package of basalt dust. Nothing had a response except the Brussels sprouts. Boy, did they have a response. This picture, was taken in May. And even when the temperature got in the, usually when you get in the upper 80s, Brussels sprouts start dying off. Those here were putting out good Brussels sprouts in 95-degree temperatures in July. The suckers wouldn't die, so I could plant my purple holes. So there was something in that granite, some element limiting the growth. In soil science, we call it Liebig's law of the minimum. Plant growth is restricted by the element in shortest supply. And that's one of the hottest topics in soil science worldwide is remineralizing the soil, getting these trace elements of micronutrients back into the soil. For years, so I got a lot of gardeners in Texas talk about green sand. We produce a blend of green sand and salt sand. Green sand has got all 79 elements in the human body. If they're not in the soil, plants can't absorb it. They don't get into the food supply. So products from the ocean are a good thing because they have a lot of dissolved elements. There's the remineralizer we produce. It's all sourced locally, so it's a lot cheaper than the stuff shipped out of Utah. But when we get remineralization going, it's a natural release. It just is all kind of stuff. I don't have time to go into it all right now. So another example, a number of years ago when the Spring Woods Village was going in, this was soil I provided using Microlife, the remineralizer, and our compost. This was done by a different company doing the grass. Organic, chemical. Side by side, look at the difference. So, other thing that's bad is about volcano mulch. This has been outlawed in 23, 24 states now. Anybody know why? Kills the tree. That one's weird. One of these things, landscapers love to do it. Probably remember the old example of fellows going up where put a mechanic and pull the spark firewall and make the car net so you have to get thin up. Well, landscapers like to do this. They'll see it'll rot the tree. Well, trees respond slowly to stress. And there's two types, you come down a tree, you got a bark above ground, protected against fire, physical damage. As you go to that flare, the bark changes to a bark that can take water, moist conditions. Well, when you cover the bark above ground up, it creates moist conditions. The bark starts rotting. That makes the trees, maybe the first year you get a disease problem. Gee, Mrs. Jones, you got a blight there. You just spray your tree. $200, I'll spray your tree. Well, you do it again the following year. God, you got bagworms, $200, I'll spray your tree. By the third year, the tree's dead. Gee, Mrs. Jones, we tried to save that tree, but for $1,000, I'll put you doing it. So if you see a landscaper doing that, you're trying to get some pictures. If he does that, stay away. I sometimes joke a lot of soil yard and stuff around here make chemical industry, the big tobacco companies looking like saints. If you haven't read these books, these are all for anybody studying nature, gardeners, homeowners. The first one is Teaming Up Microbes, Teaming Up Fungi, and the third one came out in October called Teaming Up Bacteria. We have learned the plant communicates with so many ways, chemically, vibration, quantum mechanic wise, with microbes in the soil. There's communication constantly. A plant may tell a bacteria, oh, I need a selenium atom. The bacteria will go out in the soil, find a selenium atom, put it through their body. The bacteria will travel inside the root hair of the plant. In there, the plant will put out digestive enzymes and dissolve the outer wall of the bacteria. Let the selenium atom out. He'll give some food resource to the bacteria, kick the bacteria back out into the soil. The process is called rhizophagy. Things we're learning. There's a world in there. We have found fungus over 300 miles across up in Washington State. An insect can attack a tree on the eastern edge of the range. Instantly, 300 miles away, the tree up there turns on the immune system for that particular insect. That's why they call it the wood wide web. All this light connecting everything. So, you hadn't read Dr. Randall's book, it's great. We publish a free newsletter, information. So I hit you with a lot of information in a short time. What are some of your questions?
I have a veggie garden and the soil came in really acidic.
Okay.
I tested like 5.6, 5.8. And I put in some lime. They kind of bring the pH up. Is that something that's going to last for a very long time or we have to
Depends on what the cause of the acidity is.
There's a lot of pine there. I think there's a lot of beetles that maybe acidify the soil.
Actually, pine needles are about neutral.
Are they? Okay.
It's a fungus that digests them that produces the acidic condition. Yeah, it's part of it. There's like a lot of the soils in this area, these are ancient seabeds. And a lot of them, the Weeches Formation, the Queen City, have a lot of sulfur in it. When exposed to oxygen, the sulfur forms sulfates, which forms with water to form weak sulfuric acid, leading to a lot of our acidity. So depending on is it well water or not, where it's coming from, that may be a source of it. It could be just minerals in the soil breaking down. I've seen parts of the wood that had pH 2, where there was no quarry. I mean, just north of here, back in World War I, we had quarries that had sand, part of sand was so pure, 99.99% pure quartz. You could melt it and make reform crystals for the radios in World War I. We used to have an iron mine in the woods, so iron and hematite and goethite over it. So then to fix your question, the calcium can bring it down. Will it stay down? Depends on other factors. So, but organic matter, if you get a lot of organic matter, that tends to naturally buffer the soil. Other questions? Y'all are quite rich this morning. Yes, sir.
Soil testing. I mean, you mentioned a lot of problems that you might have. How do you find out which problem you have?
Okay, biological testing. That's the most powerful. You can go to soilfoodweb.com. They do biological testing. Dr. Elaine Egan was in Houston a couple of weeks ago, gave a full day seminar on soil biology. They did a workshop for about 5 hours at my place on Saturday. She has trained and certified people to do biological testing. We have a couple here in Houston, we got one in Austin, so you don't have to send it out of state and wait, you get local people to do it. So what was that, soilfoodweb.com. They specialize in biological testing, they put it under a microscope, and they got techniques to count the bacteria and fungus, to see what your ratios and the type are, if they're good guys or bad guys. Gives you a good idea.
And how is that different from what AgriLife does? Because you can give them a soil sample,
They test chemical
chemical, but this,
or plant pathogen.
so this one counts fungus.
In my newsletter. You weeks, I talked about soil testing labs. Most places dissolve everything in a strong acid, like hydrochloric acid or sulfuric acid. By the way, on soil testing, the soil science is 5 books, each one about 3.5 inches thick, on soil testing methodology. Depending on which one you get, you may get a factor of 10 or more difference in your answer. The only way to know for sure is put it in a mass spectrometer vaporizer thing and count the atoms. A $3,000 test versus a $15 test. Well, the second thing is dissolve everything in strong acid. Acids are cheap. But to use an analogy, plants don't live in a strong acid environment. So when you dissolve rocks and soil in a strong acid, you think of that as your investment. Well, you might have money there, but it's not really expensive. Versus your checking account where you get it like that, and go to the ATM or buy the check. So the better labs, they give you a weak acid test that mimics the acidity of rainwater, which is what the plants see. So one gives you your reserve, your totals. One gives you what's available to the plant. And sometimes they're drastically different. And like I said, 5 or 6 weeks ago, I did it in our newsletter. It's on my website. You can list of items.
Yeah, well, I have, so one thing that you mentioned was the electroconductivity in the soil.
Right.
And I have an EC pen that I always, when I do my slurry tests, I want to see where my parts per millions are. And, I also test the pH. But, I've seen some people that have been trying to put like copper wires through the soil. And they've tested like the difference between like, say, cabbage or broccoli or cauliflower that is grown in less electroconductive soils versus soils that are highly electroconductive. And the difference is like incredibly big. So, so how do you, is there a certain, is there too much electroconductivity in your opinion? Or do you think that, because like certain plants at certain stages of life, different electroconductive.
There's a lot of research going on about how electric and magnetic fields in the soil affect humans and health. Like grounding was one, Oba had a speaker talk about grounding. My wife had a hip problem. It was just wasn't healing. All the doctors saw things, nothing healing. She got one of those grounding patches put on and healed up in about 2 weeks. All the pain went away. There's free electrons in the soil. That's why we get lightning. Sometimes lightning goes from the ground to the sky, some back here. But those electrons can go in our body. If we have oxidative stress, whether it's in a human, mammal, or a plant, those electrons can come in and neutralize them. But they have to have a pathway. When we dissolve salts in water, probably remember in grade school, you probably took a teaspoon of salt and you had a couple electrodes in a light bulb. Then all of a sudden the light bulb grows. Salts in the soil conduct electricity. So they could be a good salt, calcium carbonate, or a bad salt, sodium chloride. So all these things come into play in a very, very complex situation without knowing. But if you have higher elements in the soil, particularly when the elements are in their ion state where they have electrical charge, they conduct electricity more freely. But that's the form plants absorb them. So plants will grow better if they're in that form. That makes sense.
Yeah, yes.
So it's like I said, real complex. Yes, sir.
Is there a specific mulch we're supposed to be buying for this area, or does it depend on your yard?
I got a whole nother talk, an hour and a half talk just on the gym. The highest what we call mulch, what we call native mulch, stick species, vacant branches and limbs of trees. We produce it, several other people, we actually compost ours. And it's actually the native composted native mulch that turn that clay into soil. Because it feeds the microbes that break clay apart. As it breaks down, it turns into humans. Humans help store water in the soil. So, yeah, come in for a tour of the operation.
And you have another field trip to John's place, right?
Oh, that's gonna be arranged too.
One other thing is I've been trying their products for years now, and I've been, I would say like, a great case study on, I could show you the before and after of just simply applying compost. I mean, it turns, you can grow carrots through that, it'll break in a few years, the clay soil is completely broken down entirely. Yeah, very, very good. Yeah, so it's.
Yes.
You showed that photo of underneath trees, the different tree grass, the mulch,
Root structure.
the restructure of the trees. So should you leave it mulch, or is there other places you can use besides grass?
You can use other things inside grass. Well, first of all, there's some fungus loving, shade loving grasses that you can grow, ferns, understory plants. Inland is one of my favorites that like shady conditions. And that's what we call companion planting. You do that, most will healthier.
Oh, yeah, what do you think about controlled burns?
Prescribed burns. I'm a big proponent of that. A few years ago, I went out to Texas Tech at a junction, took a week-long course in it. Got my certification training. But it's a very powerful tool when used correctly. Keeps the weedy species in back, brings back the, I've seen prairies restored, it's fire triggered the seeds to germinate. It's a powerful tool when used correctly, but it's far beyond the scope of this talk.
So, John.
Yeah.
We have compost compost bins in our backyard. We have 2 of them, and Bobby does a great job aerating them and watering them and putting the little thermometer in to see if get up to 140. So I remember once you said something about inoculating that with horse manure.
Well, horses as a species, they have a very large diet, shrubs, branches, limbs, grass. They'll eat dead animals, bones and stuff. As a result, they have a very diverse microsystem in their guts. So when you use parts of it, you get all those microbes, you get a good diversity within not. Otherwise, just get a good compost, put a couple pounds of compost in there. It's got all the good bacteria, so good fungus.
And so it's almost like making yogurt. In order to make yogurt, you get a little bit of yogurt that's already been made.
Correct.
So that would be the same
But
thing.
anything.
Get a little bit of compost and start that in your compost bin.
Well, it's just like when we do it commercially, when you screen the compost and get the big stuff out and get the fine stuff, big stuff comes the inoculant to the next pile because it's got all the microbes. Just like baking bread, you save the yeast from one batch, start the next batch. Yeah, back here.
Yeah, so one cool thing about our compost, I've been composting for 3 years now, and this year, half of my crops that are growing, like I have tomatoes, I have honeydew, like, that stuff, half of them moved in the compost, and I just put them out in the plant, which is crazy, and I still have some plants actually growing in there, in the compost. And it's growing perfectly, which is so crazy.
Yeah, a lot of plants can go in straight compost. I was actually, my wife and I keep a little bucket, 3-gallon bucket in the kitchen sink, and I empty it about at least once a week. Amazing how much scraps. I was out there looking, all of a sudden I got this squash, big squash that long and big around. Seed had germinated in it, my backyard pot. It was quite happy, no water, no food, and the total neglect, and it's producing, so, yeah.
So are you, okay, people, I run into a lot of people that say, oh, I compost at home, I have my tumbler. And yeah, I want your insight on that because I'm again, I'm totally like, my opinion is I'm against it because you're indigenous, and so, but what do you,
I'll share a story. Okay, being a compost nerd that I am. When the first tumblers came out, the Kemp $700 machine, big old barrel. I said, I gotta have one, so I bought one. Takes about 15, 20 big trash bags and stuff to fill it. Once you fill it, you're supposed to rotate the drum 3 or 4 times a day, every day. They don't tell you gotta turn the crank 50 times to make it rotate once. So first few days, every day, every other day, once a week. By the end of 30 days, it was in the green sheets for sale. Well, think about it. Why is tilling bad for soils?
fungus?
You destroy the fungus. Well, every time you turn it, you destroy the fungus in your barrel, leaving a compost that's bacterial dominated. What loves bacterial dominated soils? Weeds. So you've made a compost that selects for weeds over perennial plants. Pretty simple. So does that answer your question, Lee?
Yes.
All right, if there are more questions, I'll shut up. I'm about out of time. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Let me see that.
This is the clicker.
I put, as you can see, I put up here, AgriLife Extension, and then Master Naturals Heartwood chapter, and then Master Gardener, and then Native Plant Society of Texas, because I'm a member of all of these organizations. So particularly the Native Plant Society of Texas, our Ponds and Prairies chapter, which Carolyn is also a member, a founding member. So I didn't know which organization to put up here, so I put them all. Before I get into this, I want to tell you about my neighbor. When I moved from the Woodlands to Willis, I took every blade of grass out of my yard, every single blade. I have nothing but native plants in my front yard. I do have a peach tree that I planted for the kids in the neighborhood, so they can, they want to come and eat peaches, they certainly can. I also have a little box I put out for native plant seeds when I harvest them, and I put, take one and I put them in a little bag and put them out there for the neighbors, and they all have native plants now too. However, there are a lot of yards in our subdivision. It's a tiny subdivision with just nothing but grass. They have lawns. So anyway, my next door neighbor thought it was a great idea what I did, and she did the same thing. I mean, she took all the grass out, she put native plants in. You've heard me tell this.
No, I have
Oh,
not.
you haven't?
I can just see where you're going.
Okay. She put all native plants in her yard. Now she had a big Suburban. And every time she'd leave the house, she'd come back with that Suburban full of native plants. I'm not talking about a few in the back. I'm talking about lots of native plants. So she started planting them. She'd plant every day. She'd go to the doctor, she'd bring back plants. She'd go to the Kroger, she'd bring back plants. Wherever she went, she'd make trips to Buchanan every week. She'd go to Nature's Way. She'd go to Arbor. I mean, she had plants. So one night, it was about 11 o'clock at night, and I had forgot to bring the garbage can in. So I went out to get it. I was coming back, and there was somebody in my yard. It's 11 o'clock at night. And I looked, and it was her. And she was kneeling down, and she had a flat of native plants. And she was putting them in my yard. And when I looked at her, it was like, she was like deer in the headlights. And I said, oh, it's okay. You got good taste. Go ahead. I don't mind. So she put native plants in. Well, several weeks later, I kind of noticed something different in my neighbors' yards that had, the neighbors that had grass and lawns. There were native plants popping up all over. The weirdest thing. And so I'm in my backyard working one day, and I have a vegetable garden and some native plants back there. And I'm working in my backyard. I hear this terrible argument next door. And they're both yelling at each other. And he's saying, listen, you've got a terrible obsession now. with native plants. And what you need to do is go get some help, first of all, and stop doing this. And so the neighbors are calling me. They're upset about you putting native plants in their beautiful lawns. And he said, you're costing a fortune. He said, I pay $1,000 a month for native plants. So anyway, she said, well, Bob doesn't mind. And he said, yeah, but Bob's weird. So anyway, he said, listen, I am tired of this. You keep arguing about this, you won't get help. You're doing all kinds of things in the neighborhood that neighbors don't like. And if you don't stop this, I can't deal with it anymore. I'm leaving. So last week she was having coffee with my wife, and she said, sometimes she still misses him. So
Is she a native plant ninja then?
yeah.
That's
Anyway, so today we're going to talk about native plants. And you can decide whether that story is apocryphal or real. So oops. How many of you have been to Lady Bird Johnson? Oh, a lot of you. Good. That's good. If you haven't been, definitely go. And now's the time of year to go, right now. Oh, it's absolutely beautiful. But Lady Bird Johnson was really one of the promoters, early promoters of native plants. And there's lots of native plants over there. And if you've never been to her, to the website, it's called wildflowers.org. Great website. Please go there. You can, if you have a plant that you don't know, or a plant that you want to know whether it's native or not, you can go there. And if they don't, they'll say, if you're putting in pansies, they'll say, not here, nothing's here. But if it's a native plant, they will give you a whole bunch of information on that native plant and how to deal with it, what kind of sun it likes, what kind of soil it likes, all that stuff. So go there, please. We're going to talk about what are our native plants, because there's a lot of difference between a native plant, an adapted plant, and an invasive plant. And I'm going to talk about all three. Native plants are those plants that occur naturally in a specific region. And I'm going to talk about that. They've evolved in this region. So millions of years ago, when plants first started, they evolved right here. And they survived without any help from humans. They survived on the rain that was provided and the soil. Everything was perfect for them. They also survived because there were lots of insects and animals here that evolved along with them. And so you have this cycle of beautiful plants, native plants, and native insects and birds and mammals that seek these plants out to maintain their lives and their progeny. These plants, this is a Turk's cat, by the way. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this later. It's a member of the hibiscus family, and it's a very beautiful plant. I'll tell you a little bit more about that later. Why do you want native plants? Why would we want to have native plants? Anybody think about that? Well, here's an answer. What? Yes, ma'am.
Because they serve a purpose for the wildlife.
Yes, that's one of the great reasons why. Yes, ma'am.
They're pretty without you having to work at it.
That's right. That's one of the real reasons I like native plants. But they're also the ecological basis, on which life depends. Includes well, I just said that, so I won't say it again. Okay, here is a native bumblebee. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that. So without the native plants and the insects that co-evolved with them, local birds, beneficial insects, none of those could survive. For instance, a native oak supports over 500 species of caterpillars. A chickadee needs about 6,000 caterpillars to raise one brood of chickadees. And I think that's pretty significant. Oak trees are really the prime mover in our native insects. So that's something we need to look at. I mean, I love oak trees. I think they're beautiful, but also they serve a purpose in nature. And I'm going to talk about a lot of these plants. This is a plant, this is a yard you don't have to mow. Ever. So, and this is kind of like what my yard looks like, similar to this. And I don't have any vermin in there. You know, no rats are living in here. So that's one of the arguments I get. Oh, I want this because it's going to attract rats and mice and everything else.
Yeah.
Doesn't. So anyway, they're low maintenance. They're really low maintenance. I don't do a whole lot for my native plants. You know, I might cut them back if they're herbaceous perennials, which means they'll die back in the wintertime, but they'll come back up again in the spring. I don't do anything. That's about all I do. I trim my Gulf muley. You know what Gulf muley is? Gulf muley I trim back every year after in the early spring, and mine are back up again. And they're gorgeous and beautiful plants. So they have showy flowers. There's lots of color and a lot of fruit and seeds for our insects and birds. Really healthy environment for people. Lawns are notorious for how many of you have lawns? Everybody. Okay. So lawns are, and John, I think, said this too. John is a good friend of mine, by the way. We've been friends for many years, and he's got a real knowledge, deep knowledge of what's going on in the soil world. Lawns require large amounts of artificial fertilizers and synthetic pesticides and herbicides. Even you can do organic lawns, and that's fine, but most people do not have organic lawns. So when the water drains off, where does it go? It goes into it goes into the water drain, into this rainwater drains. It goes out into the creeks and eventually into the Gulf of Mexico through Galveston Bay. Galveston Bay has fish in it, in the northern part of Galveston Bay, that they say don't eat. So, and especially for pregnant women, don't eat the fish, because it's been the water has been polluted by all our pesticides. There's still DDT in the silt in Galveston Bay. DDT. That was banned how many years ago? Decades ago. And yet it still exists. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so, and it comes algae blooms, correct?
I'm sorry.
Algae blooms?
And they cause algae blooms, which affect the life of fish and all our aquatic animals. Helping the climate. They help the climate because in addition, and I was searching this morning for some information on what was the coldest April in Montgomery County and recorded. I couldn't find it, but it was 57 degrees this morning. And this is the end of April. Okay, we should be having
That's nice.
90-degree weather. I mean, it's great. It's great. I love the weather, but something's happening that's different. John Gaiman, who is the state climatologist, MIT professor, he now works at College Station, and he said, I asked him one day, I said, what's going on? What is it, El Nino or La Nina? What's happening? And he goes, Bob, it's climate change, period. That's all it is, so we have to understand that. In addition to, I know some of you don't agree with me, but that's okay. In addition to the reduced noise and carbon pollution, lawnmowers are one of the largest producers of carbon pollution in the United States. And many native plants, long-living trees like oaks and maples are effective at storing carbon, which is necessary for greenhouse gas carbon dioxide. So it's very, very important. I want to go back to grass for a minute. I can get back there. There are 4 million acres of grass, of lawns in the state of Texas. It is the 4th largest crop in the state. The 4th largest crop in the state. You can't eat it, you can't wear it, and you can't smoke it. I knew it would get a laugh because some of you have tried that. I knew that. Anyway, let's go on. They conserve water. They need a lot less water because they've existed for millions of years with just rainwater. That's all they needed. I'll talk a little bit about rainwater in a minute too. Water prices, if you think they're high now, you are now experiencing the lowest rate that water will ever be in the future. There are more people, same amount of water. So you have to figure out that water prices are continuing to go up and will continue to go up as they search for new ways to develop water. And people say, well, why don't you desalinate? Well, a desalination plant costs, San Diego put a desal plant in, and I think it costs like $3 billion or something like that. I'm sorry?
It pollutes. It's also good.
Yes, it pollutes because one, they don't know what to do with the minerals, the salts that they take out of so they've been injecting it back into the ground. Well, when it goes into the ground, what happens? It contaminates the water table, the aquifers. They can put it in the ocean, they can put it back in the ocean, but then it creates these giant plumes in the ocean that kill marine life. So what do you do about that? That we do have 42 desal plants in the state of Texas. None of them are on the Gulf. All of them are in El Paso, in the western part of the state. And what they're doing is they're drilling into these saltwater aquifers, taking the water as salt water and geothermal. They're very hot, taking them out, taking the salt out, and cooling it, and then sending it to people in the neighborhoods that they serve. So I understand they may be thinking about doing one in Corpus Christi. They have the permit, but they haven't started it yet, so I don't know. But resources like water is going to be very, very expensive in the future. Currently in Atlanta, they are paying $386 a month for 10,000 gallons of water. In the Woodlands, I was the author, I guess. They wanted to start a water conservation program because of the high use of water, and they wanted to get people down to a comfortable comfortable rate of using water, because it was it's getting rarer and rarer to find that water. The aquifers were declining. I think they were using 84,000, Montgomery County was using 84,000 acre feet a year for water. Now, an acre foot is 325,000 gallons. So in the woodlands, they were using 200 gallons a day. People were using 200 gallons a day for water use, to take showers, to drink, to cook with, 200 gallons a day. The average was, I think, 100. United States average was 100 gallons per day. So what we did was we started a water conservation program, and we reduced the water consumption by 43% in the woodlands. I'm not saying it was because of me, but people finally understood that there is a real situation here. That's another reason why we need to do more native plants and start to look at our environment and what we have around us. We only get so much rain. I have rain barrels. I have 9 rain barrels, and I collect rainwater, and I use it on my vegetable garden, and I use it on my native plants if they need it. By the way, John was talking about water and nutrients and stuff like that. Do you know, did he say anything? I didn't get here early enough, but did he say anything about the fusion of rainwater? Did he talk about rainwater? A little bit. Well, you know that that water droplets, the H2O molecules in the water, when it's in clouds and you have a lot of lightning infuses the H2O molecule with 1 molecule of nitrogen. Excuse me, 1 atom of nitrogen. And so what happens is when that raindrop falls, it has nitrogen in it. And after a rain, everybody says, oh, look, everything is greener. Must have washed all the dirt off. No. It's greener because the plants got a quick infusion of nitrogen, and nitrogen is what causes chlorophyll, or helps the plants create chlorophyll and photosynthesis. So rain is actually infused, if there's lightning, which there usually is, then rain is infused with nitrogen. And the thing is that plants can't take in nitrogen from the air. They can take in oxygen, they can take in carbon dioxide, but they cannot take nitrogen from the air. They must take it from their roots. And so when the rain falls, it goes down into the soil, or when you water, it goes down into the soil. It feeds the microbes. The microbes in turn transfer it to the plant, and the plant takes up the water. It doesn't go right to the roots and the roots. It goes to the microbes first, and it does this. And John was talking about the electromagnetic fields and everything. I'm going to talk a little bit about that because there's some real interesting things that are going on here. And of course, wildlife provide a vital habitat for food and food source for birds and for mammals. Pardon? Yeah, he does look cold. He's not from here. He's from up north, I think. And here's some interesting things that I took from the Native Plant Society. We have a course. Native Plant Society has a course for certified native plant landscapers, and in fact, we're teaching one next weekend. So it's a 4-part course. But one of the things we learned was that in Montgomery County, there are actually just light work.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, there are actually, here's Montgomery County right here. There are actually 1, 2, 3 ecoregions that extend into Montgomery County. And that means that there were abundance of different kinds of native plants in each one of these soil structures. Here is the Fayette Prairie, which is also called the Blacklands Prairie. And they have an interesting array of prairie plants. Here is the Flatwoods, which is part of the Piney Woods program. So, and then south of us, north of us, we have the Southland Tertiary uplands. So if you go up here around the lake and a little farther north, you start seeing hills and lots of pine trees and other trees. So I'm sorry. Oh, so we have 3 native systems here, which have completely different native plants. And there's some overflow into both of them. But it's interesting to note that the confluence of these 3 is rather rare in the state of Texas. So we are at a unique position here to observe a lot of different kinds of native plants and native soils. For instance, there are over 400 species of butterflies that call Texas home, at least part of the year. 400 species. I mean, that's totally amazing to me that we have that many. We have the largest number of native butterflies in the country, in the state of Texas. And as I said before, the insects, especially the butterflies and the native bees, which I'll talk about, have co-evolved with all the other native plants. And they rely on native plants for food, and nectar, as a food source for their larvae. Does anybody recognize what this is? Huh? It's monarch. And that's the monarch larvae. Monarchs will lay their eggs on these leaves. The caterpillar will hatch and it will start eating these leaves. And then it pupates and becomes another butterfly. Has anybody seen any monarchs this year? Yes. Oh, good. Okay. I've not seen one yet. But when I worked downtown in Houston, I was on the 51st floor of the Tenneco building. And one morning I was up, we had glass windows in the conference room, big glass windows, so I could look out and down. There was a line of monarchs, a line of thousands at the 51st floor level, flying north. Flying north. It was just unbelievable that I saw that. I don't see that anymore. I thought it was a beautiful, beautiful sight. There are at least 1,100 species of native bees in Texas. 1,100 species, and in all crops, they are the primary pollinator, not honeybees, but native bees. And this is, again, in Texas, we have the largest number of native bee species in North America. So I think that's really nice and interesting. 75% of native plant species rely on native bees for pollination. To me, that's a reason to have native plants right there, because they not only pollinate our native plants, but they also pollinate our crops. I mean, to me, but they cannot exist without native plants. So are we seeing the cycle here? There's a cycle that's really, really important. And we talked about fish earlier, don't overlook the role that native plants have on aquatic life. Native plants, they slow the rain runoff. And let's talk about that for a minute and relate that to soil. I used to do, I don't do it anymore, I'm getting older. I'm getting old. I used to do a lot of sampling of soils. People would call me and say, what is wrong with my yard? You know, I got big patches of yellow grass or dying grass. And I'd go and take samples. I'd take it over here to Extension and look at it through a microscope and try to understand what the problem was. Well, the real problem was that the St. Augustine roots were about this long. Okay, St. Augustine roots should be at least 6 inches long, but they can grow down to 6 feet. They can grow that deep. Every single yard, and I'm talking hundreds of yards. Every single yard I looked at in the woodlands, in this area, in near Porter, down in Kingwood, all over, they had short grass. The other thing they had was hard soil. So the hard soil was a direct result of high salts in fertilizers they were using. The salts were killing the microbes. The microbes left, they were gone. The earthworms left, and soil started to collapse on itself, and it became dead soil. So those little short roots of grass make the lawns accessible to take-all patch, large patch, chinch bugs, the sod webworms, all of those things, because it's weed. St. Augustine grass on the East Coast is considered a weed. It's considered a weed. They don't plant it in their yards. Here, it is probably the strongest grass there is. It's a warm season grass. It's probably the strongest grass there is, and it will take over an entire area. And what I've done in the past is just put a little compost on it, on the problems, the patches of take-all patch or something like that John was talking about. Put a little compost on it, and all of a sudden it greens up and it becomes aggressive. And that's because it has native microbes in the compost that are getting into the soil, making it a little more spongy, inoculating the soil with all those microbes in there, and making it accessible for the plants to get their nutrients, the nutrients they need. And I talked a little bit about the Galveston Bay. The Galveston Bay, you can't eat the oysters in parts of Galveston Bay. I have not heard of anyone eating fish out of the San Jacinto because I don't know, but Galveston Bay, a lot of the oysters are gone. The fish are having problems, and that's all because not of agricultural runoff, because hey, we don't have any agriculture in Montgomery County anymore. I mean, what we have is so tiny that it's irrelevant. What we do have is lots of yards and people using chemical fertilizers in their yards. The chemical fertilizers are not only killing the microbes, but they're getting washed off after they kill all the microbes in the soil compacts. It slides off the soil, the top of the dirt, goes into the storm sewers and out into the rivers. All of that pollution now that's in the Gulf of Mexico, that's in Galveston Bay, comes from our yards. That's proven, and that's totally, to me, unacceptable. So I'm going to talk a little bit about native plants, specific varieties of native plants. What time did we start? 10:30? I'm just trying to. Okay. All right. I'm going to try to extend this. I know you told me. I want to talk a little bit about native plants, because I think that's terribly, terribly important to understand the varieties of native plants and what they do for us. For instance, Drummond maples. It's an Acer rubrum, of variation Drummondi. The gentleman Drummond was a early pioneer in Texas. And what he did was he went around identifying plants and giving them names. This is back in the 1800s. And he gave them all, he was the one that gave them scientific names. So a lot of plants you're going to see Drummondi. It's easy for me to say, in a lot of the plants. He was a very, very avid naturalist. One of the things that I like about the red maple is that it changes color. What else changes color that's not a native? Yeah. Chinese tallow. And the other terrible one, Mandina. We'll talk about both of those in a while too.
Bradford pears.
I'm sorry,
Bradford pears.
and Bradford pears, yeah. And Bradford pears are so susceptible to disease. I don't even know why anybody plants them anymore. They bring in all kinds of diseases. So anyway, it's also the food source for the morning cloak butterfly larvae and the tiger swallowtail larvae. They lay their eggs over here. The eggs hatch and eat the leaves. Then they pupate and they become another beautiful butterfly. Also, the rosy maple moth. That's pretty. That's a pretty little moth. And these are just a few. The most relevant that I'm talking about, because I'm gonna get on to some other stuff. Loblolly pine, Pinus taeda. I took Latin, but I'm not really great at it, so excuse me if I don't pronounce the things. I taught Latin 2 semesters at Woodlands High School because they lost their Latin teacher, and I took 6 years of Latin. So, yeah, 6 years. And so I went to teach it, but I couldn't teach them anything. They knew more than I did about Latin because it's been 60 years since I studied Latin. So, at 76 years old, you start forgetting things. Anybody here over that age? Loblolly pines are real prevalent around here. Unfortunately, the longleaf pine is not very prevalent. I planted one in my front yard, and it is about this high right now. I figure it will be this high, maybe when I die. And then, future generations can watch it grow from there. But I think it's a beautiful tree, but also loblolly. We had a loblolly in our yard. That was this big around. It was a giant virgin loblolly, never been cut. I'm from Louisiana originally, Southwest Louisiana, and it had never been cut. And one day my dad decided it was going to fall in the house. So he cut it down. And then he said, I'm going to burn the stump. So he set the stump on fire. It burned for a month because of the root system down in there. Burned for a month. There's like a cold fire down there. It looked like hell. You want to do it? Anyway, it is the larval host for the elf butterfly, which is just a gorgeous little butterfly. And we used to look for these when I was a kid, the sphinx moth, the southern pine sphinx moth, because they're so camouflaged in there. We used to find them all the time because we got to be pretty proficient at it. White oaks, Quercus alba, which means white oak. And the Edwards hair streak butterfly uses it for a food source, larval food source. It is just a gorgeous. At a Saturday, we have a class. The class we're going to do it at Mercer. We can't take any new people. We have 35 people, and we only take 30, so we got more than we need. But you can sign up for the next class if you'd like to. Anyway, there's a white oak over at Mercer that is really, really pretty. So if you haven't been to Mercer Arboretum, you probably need to go and take a look at, just walk around and see. They have names of the plants on there. Tons of native plants. It's really, really beautiful. Carolyn knows, she's been by there. Bobby knows. Where'd he go? He disappeared. Yeah. He's hiding out. He's taking a nap, probably. I know. Swamp chestnut oak, this is a really pretty tree. There is one growing at Environmental Services in the Woodlands, but there's also one at Mercer Arboretum, and it's just gorgeous tree. And it is the host for the juvenile dusky wing butterfly, small butterfly, but very, very pretty. Now, every one of these I'm showing right now, when they flower, they also provide pollen for bees. So native bees are all over this. And as I said, there are 1,100 species of native bees in the state of Texas. So I'm not going to show you all of them because there's a lot of them. And they're all different. You know, we have the native bumblebees, which are about this big. And we have have you ever seen a sweat bee? It's about this big and it's green. And it flies all over. It doesn't sting. A lot of the native bees do not have stingers, or they're not inclined to sting. And then I want to talk a little bit about small trees and tall shrubs. The trees I gave you are representative of hundreds of different varieties of trees around here, and that are native to our area. So here's a Eastern redbud. I have 2 of these, and I love them. You can shape them. There are some redbuds that people have taken and kind of bonsai'd, like over walkways and stuff like that. So when you're walking under them when they're in bloom, you just get this beautiful color and shade over you. It's gorgeous. They bloom before they leaf out. So it's a really interesting kind of tree. But the colors are gorgeous. It's a native plant. The flowers are edible. And in Mexico, they fry them. They fry it's really good, and you can eat them in salads or anything. I came home, my wife is really into native plants, and she went to this course on eating native plants, harvesting them. I went home one day, and we had this salad there. And I said, "What is this? I don't recognize that." It was all salad from native plants that she had, and some of them are weeds. I mean, we think of them as weeds, but they're edible. And it was very good. I put a lot of salad dressing in it. But anyway, so let's look at parsley hawthorn. Isn't that pretty? It's a small tree, and I was talking about small trees. This is the redbud's not going to get more than as tall as this roof, maybe a ceiling, if it gets that tall. And I like to keep them a little bit trimmed. Parsley hawthorn is also a small tree, or it can be kept as a shrub, but it is what they call an understory tree, because it grows under the big trees. And I think it's pretty. It's got thorns on it. I think it's a really nice tree, but it's also a larval source for the gray hair streak and the red spotted purple butterfly and a viceroy butterfly. Now, viceroys look very similar to a monarch. They're smaller though, a little bit smaller. And viceroys are also, they also use other plants as a source. Monarchs only use milkweed. That's the only thing they use. So anyway, wax myrtle. You all know what this is? You ever hear of bayberry? Bayberry soap, bayberry cologne. That's what this comes from. It comes from wax myrtles. And when they're fruiting, if you go up to them, you can smell that bayberry smell on them. Birds love the berries, especially the cedar waxwings. When they come in the spring, they will eat all the berries and fertilize the soil under the berries. So don't put them by your sidewalk or anything, because you're gonna get a lot of these. But I love wax myrtle. I have one about this tall, but I've seen them grow at the church in the Woodlands, at Trinity Episcopal Church, which is on Panther Creek. They've shaped them like they're not as tall as the ceiling, but almost as tall as the ceiling. And they've shaped them in a kind of a bonsai structure. Beautiful, beautiful trees. So if you get a chance, go by there and see them. And there's other places too. Hair streak butterflies, American beautyberry. Now I have a friend, these are gorgeous, by the way. The berries are edible, but not eatable. Difference. They taste like crap. But I have a friend of mine who makes jelly out of it. So you put pectin and sugar in it, all of a sudden it brings out this tart flavor that's really, really good on biscuits or whatever you want to put it on. So it's a wonderful, makes a wonderful jelly. And the other thing I found out, and this is just through circumstance, I have a friend of mine who lives up on Richards in Oak Ridge North, right off Sawdust or right off Rayford. And he's got 15 acres over there. And the 15 acres back up to one of those drainage canals. And it's very low in there, and it's full of trees and full of American beautyberry, which they'll grow about this high, maybe. Full of them. And I noted, we were walking, he was showing me his place, and I noted that there were no mosquitoes out there. And I go, wait a minute, we got low area, it's wet all over out here. You've got shade, lots of shade. Why aren't there any mosquitoes? So I asked him that, and he said, the beautyberries. What are you talking about? He said, the beautyberries are mosquito deterrents. I said, no, that's not true. So I went home and I was talking to my little granddaughter, she's not so little anymore, but I was talking to her and she said, whoa, let's try it. So I got some leaves from my beautyberry and she boiled them and made like a condensed version of the leaves. And she strained off the leaves and she put it in a spray bottle, juice in a spray bottle, and added a little orange oil and some alcohol. And I think she used gin, but she wanted, anyway, and we used it and it works. It works. It doesn't, it just keeps the mosquitoes off. And I thought it was, interesting that could be done, but it's a native plant. Buttonbush. This is a real pretty plant. It grows in the, it likes wet and it likes sun. So if you have a wet, really wet part of your yard that it might be sunny, that's a great place for it. It'll grow maybe this tall, or maybe actually the one I had was probably almost to the ceiling. We planted over at Environmental Services over in the Woodlands. Coral bean. I absolutely love this plant. It's also called a fireman's cap. It's called all kinds of things, but coral bean has an interesting process. I'm going to show you this in a second. The flowers are kind of nondescript, but in Louisiana, they call this a mamu plant. I have no idea why, don't ask me. But anyway, this is what I really love.
Yeah.
They produce these, it's a bean. It's like a bean with a black pod on it. And when the pod opens, they have these scarlet berries on them. Absolutely fantastic. I love those red. It's actually a bean, not a berry, it's a bean. And they're very hard. You could propagate them, you can't eat them. Don't eat them. They're not only, I'm sorry?
When there's not much color in the fall, that's when they're coming out.
Exactly, in the fall, and they're just really, I don't know, I really like this plant because I love these pods. I'd grow them just for the pods, not for the flowers, Turk's cap. Turk's cap is a really interesting, they call it Turk's cap because it looks like a cap that the Turks used to wear. It's actually hibiscus. It's a member of the hibiscus family or the mallow family. It grows well in the shade, it likes shade, and it's very prolific. And when it flowers, the hummingbirds just flock to it. They love it. Now, here's something I found out myself about it, but I saw the process, but then I learned about it later. I was sitting on my back deck and there was some hummingbirds around. I had tons of this stuff growing everywhere. And there were hummingbirds going around. I saw this one hummingbird went to this specific Turk's cap and drank for a little while and then flew off. And I saw him go around to all of the flowers, and 30 minutes later came back to this one. Well, so I'm thinking, wait a minute, he just drank out of this, he drank all the nectar. Well, Turk's cap all flowers reproduce their nectar. After the nectar's been gone, something takes the nectar, they'll add more nectar. But Turk's cap does it in 30 minutes. Most plants take all day to do it, but Turk's cap will do it in 30 minutes, and the hummingbirds know that, and they will come back to this plant, this one flower. So they're not as, animals may not be as unable to perceive as we think they are. I mean, we're humans, we have this hubris that we know everything. But one of the things, John, I don't know if he talked about mycorrhizal fungi. Did John talk about? He did. They're doing some really, really incredible, it's a new science, incredible studies now about mycorrhizal fungi. And one of the things they're trying to find out right now is how that tree over there that John was talking about, 300 miles away or 30 miles away, whatever it is, how does the fungi know that that tree needs nutrients? How does it know? And they're studying it right now through figuring it must be through electromagnetic responses through the fungi. Fungi is microscopic and it's going 300 miles over. And it's instantaneous. How does it know? They haven't figured that out yet. They're still studying that. How does it know? So maybe plants are a lot more intelligent than we give them credit for, or at least have more or more in touch with the reality around them. We do have hubris as humans. Let's look at shrubs and flowering plants. Green milkweed is a food source for the monarch butterfly. And I have tons of it in my yard. And you plant one, you'll get more. So there's lots of them out there. But it's also the food source, the larval food source for the soldier butterfly and for the queen butterfly. All of them look a lot alike, but you can see the differences here. There are some slight differences. The monarch's much bigger than these two. Questions? Anybody have any questions so far? Am I boring everybody? Yes, ma'am. I'm boring you? No.
No.
No, that's okay.
Well, I do have tropical milkweed. What do you think about those? Tropical milkweed?
Tropical milkweed, okay, but I like the roll milkweed. That seems to be the real the one that does that with monarchs. That's right. Which way?
Which one did you say?
The world milkweed, and it'll take over an area. I mean, it only gets about this high, and then when the larvae hit it, it'll be this high again, but no leaves on it because the larvae will eat all the leaves. So yes, ma'am.
So now it's kind of down, so that the monarchs can move up to Canada. It's still here, it grows here, but the that's why they see them.
Yeah, well, there is a fungus also on it, that's the.
Yeah, it can.
Because-
That was kind of. You know, maybe you can like, once the bonnet to that.
Aphids is the only problem with the world. They have aphids on them. But I just take my thumb and go up and squish them off. Yeah, you can wash them off with water, soapy water. And they're so tiny that you wash them off and they're go a foot away. But their life is so short that by the time they get up back up into the plant, they're dead. Anyway, wine cup, I have tons of this. It is a beautiful plant and it's like a ground cover almost. You know, it takes over. But I have it coming up in different places and I have a whole line of it along the side of my house. It's nothing but that. And it's really pretty. And it is the host for the gray hair-streaked butterfly larvae. Blue mist flower. Very, very beautiful plant. It's not a big plant, it's only about this high, but it's absolutely gorgeous. And here is a lance leaf coreopsis. I have a picture of the leaf, and that's why they call it lance leaf, because it's got a lance leaf. So this is a really pretty plant. You can see there's a honeybee on it. And it grows, you can make it in bunches. It's a great accent plant in your native plant garden. And you don't have to do like me, because I go overboard on everything. I'm a little obsessive myself. But you can kind of use it as an accent plant. I mean, you can put a big bunch in some areas and it just sets the garden off. It's just really pretty. Gora is tiny little flowers. They're about this big, but they grow on these really, really slender stems. And so when the wind blows, it looks like they're little animals or little beautiful angels floating over the plants. It's just really pretty, you know. So and this is Lindenheimer, Lindheimer, see, Winethia Lindheimer. He was also one of the guys that came through here, and he's actually a contemporary, almost a contemporary of me. He just passed away maybe 20 years ago. That's close enough for me. Anyway, this is a beautiful little plant, like sun. My mother's name, this is a gay feather. It's called Liatris piconostachia. That's also easy for me to say. My mother's name is Liatris, and I think it's a beautiful plant. It grows in these lances or these tall stems. It's pretty. It's very hardy, like sun. I just really like it. And cardinal. This is Lobelia cardinalis. And this is also a beautiful plant, and hummingbirds love it. Hummingbirds love this. Y'all know the story of the hummingbirds, which come over from the Yucatan, don't you? They have 400 miles to fly from the Yucatan. That's where they migrate to in the wintertime. When they come back up here in the spring, if they face a headwind in the Gulf of Mexico, they fly right from the Yucatan across to the beaches here. And this is their main flight path. If they have a headwind, that means that they can't get here as fast as they could, and it reduces their food retention. So when they get here, they're so weak that sometimes they just fall out of the sky. They don't die. They just fall out of the sky, and then they partake in plants along the Gulf, and then they come inland. So it's a really interesting story. Bee balm, bergamot, Monarda fistula. This is a mint plant. It's from the mint family. I've made tea out of it. Excuse me. My wife has made tea out of it. She's really into native plants. But it's a tasty tea. And it's a beautiful plant. I cut mine back. They're getting ready to bloom right now. As soon as they finish blooming, I'll cut them back. In the fall, they'll come back and I'll have another beautiful plant. Fall obedient plant, blue sage. I have so much blue sage in my yard. It's absolutely gorgeous. I have it planted next to one of my wife's roses. And the rose is in front of it. And then the blue sage is behind it. And it's absolutely beautiful. By the way, I planted a rose that's not a native. Have you ever heard of the Peggy Martin rose? I planted one and it is such a beautiful plant. Have y'all heard, everybody's heard of it?
Yeah.
In New Orleans, during Katrina, well, this woman in New Orleans named Peggy Martin had a rose, and the rose had never been named, never been identified. It was an old rose. And when Katrina came, it flooded her house, and the rose was underwater, and that was salt water. When the water went down, the rose bloomed. So Bill Welsh from A&M went over there, heard about it, went over there, took some cuttings and propagated it. And now you can get it. You can actually purchase it. And it's a gorgeous plant. I have one climbing over a trellis. And I don't know if she's seen it, but one climbing over a trellis, it was absolutely gorgeous. It's stopped blooming now, but it's getting ready to bloom again. So pretty. Scarlet sage, another plant that's really pretty, as you can see. It's got these beautiful red flowers. Let's talk a little bit about ground covers. Horseherd. You know, people ask me, Bob, I have oak trees in my backyard, or I have trees. It's all shade. I can't grow any grass down there. It's terrible. What can I do? Horseherd. It'll grow about this high, but you can mow it at any time. So you can mow it and keep it short. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous plant, and it's a great ground cover. And as you can see, this has been mowed or mown. What is it? Mown or mowed? I was an English major. And so they've cut it here. It looks really pretty. Frog fruit, another one. See how this kind of takes over in here? It's like a lawn, and you can actually mow this and cut it back if you want to. There you go. Let's look at that lawn right there. That's all. Isn't that pretty? And so it'll grow in the shade really well. So if you have shade and you don't have grass back there, try some of those. Pigeonberry, Ravina humilis. Pigeonberry will only grow about this high, but it actually has berries and flowers at the same time. And birds love them, particularly doves. Doves love this, and they'll land on the ground because it's so close to the ground. They don't like to fly up and eat. They like it on the ground. So this is one of their favorite meals is pigeonberry. Burrowberry, also a beautiful, beautiful plant. You can see those gorgeous, gorgeous berries on there. Wood fern, also a native. And let's talk about vines for a minute. Cross vines. You know, people say, "Oh, I got all these damn vines in my yard." I have vines going up my back fence. I love them. The native and cross vine is one of them. I think they're gorgeous, and they're beautiful flowers. They climb in anything. Carolina jessamine. Carolina jessamine. Some people say jasmine, but it's not a jasmine. It's a great climber, but also it's the first plant that blooms in the spring here. I call it the harbinger of spring here. And that's what it is. I mean, it blooms real early. It's a gorgeous plant. As you can see, the flowers are beautiful too. Coral honeysuckle, I have some of this growing on my fence. That's really, really pretty. It's different than the Japanese honeysuckle, which I'll also talk about in a second. Passion flower. If you grew up in the country, you know this is a maypop. And we used to collect them, and my mother used to make jelly out of them. It's a great jelly. They have a little fruit about this big, and can't see if there's any on here. I don't think there's any on here. There's some getting ready to bloom. But isn't it a pretty plant? I mean, the flowers are gorgeous, and it is also the there's a thought I had one on here. There's what the fruit looks like. And one of the things I was going to say, it is also the home of the Gulf fritillary butterfly, and which also looks kind of like a monarch. It's really pretty, a gorgeous butterfly. And mammals like the fruit. So one of the things I have is 2 pawpaw trees. Do y'all know the story behind pawpaws? There's several. One of which is it was George Washington's favorite dessert. He liked them served cold, and he'd eat them with a spoon. It's like they say it. I've never eaten it. Says it tastes like, although I just put in 2 pawpaw trees just because I wanted to taste them. They're natives from here. And anyway, he loved them. But the real story behind it is when the runaway slaves were leaving the South along the Underground Railroad, what they did was they planted pawpaws along those trails so that subsequent slaves, runaway slaves, could have food, but it also guided them up to the Canadian border. And one of the interesting things, there's a church up in Michigan or Minnesota right on the Canadian border. It's in the US, but they have like hidden places in the pews and up in the choir and in the walls to hide the slaves, the African Americans who were running, and then they'd smuggle them across the border into Canada so they couldn't be picked up by the slave hunters that were in the United States at the time. I thought that was a really interesting. They clear cut most of the South, so there are very few native pawpaws around anymore. But I bought 2 of them, so I have them, and they're actually they haven't started bearing fruit, but they're leafing out and they look good. Hopefully, I'll have fruit maybe in 5 years.
Our yard guy
Huh?
accidentally mowed our pawpaws, that's why I'm laughing.
Say that.
Our yard guy accidentally mowed our pawpaws over, so that's why I'm laughing.
Okay, so.
Our yard guy accidentally mowed our pawpaws
Oh,
over.
no.
That's okay.
Oh, they're so rare. They're rare. It's so beautiful.
It was very sad.
Air potatoes. They're my friend Kathy Herrick, who is also a member of the Native Plant Society, and she's also a master naturalist. There are so many air potato plants in the woodlands that they have a group that goes around every weekend just pulling them down. And there's something really problematic about these air potatoes and all of the invasives that I'm going to talk about. The invasives do a number of things. This is what the fruit looks like on these potato vines. And they grow like kudzu. You know what kudzu is? They grow just like kudzu. And what they do is, all native plants, all invasives change the soil. They actually change the soil so that native plants can't grow in that soil. They change the soil structure. The native biome, the native microbes don't live in that, can't live in that soil. So they change the biome of the soil. And also they shade out any other plants. So they're very, very invasive. They have no purpose. You can't eat those potatoes. I'm pretty sure you can. Maybe you can. I've never tried them. I think they're probably poisonous. I don't know. Anybody tried? No. Okay. Chinese privet, ligustrums. Everybody loves ligustrums. It's incredibly invasive. You do not want to have Chinese privet. They will force out other plants. And I know my dad had privet hedges as long as his room, all around the house, but they were invasive. And this is what they look like, kind of an opposite leaf instead of an alternate. You can tell the difference between certain Chinese privets, which have small leaves, and yopons, which have opposite leaves. Alternate leaves. So yopon, these are next to each other. Yopon is different. Yopon will have a leaf here, and then a leaf here, and then a leaf here, and then a leaf here. Kind of alternate leaves. Anyway, and Japanese honeysuckle. This is an incredibly invasive plant. Japanese honeysuckle is something that, and I know a lot of the nurseries sell that, and I know a lot of nurseries sell the Chinese privet, but they're both incredibly invasive. They force out other plants. They change the nature of the soil. And they're all, this is from Japan. The privet is from China, of course. Nandina. I don't know what to say about Nandina. Nandina has cyanide both in their leaves and in the berries. So yeah, cyanide. So don't eat them, first of all, because they'll kill you, and don't let your pets eat them because they'll kill them. And you'll notice that birds are and mammals are not gonna frequent this plant because they're not stupid. They know. But Nandina is also, and the thing is that when they do landscaping, they go, oh, let's put some Nandina in there. It's cheap. We can put it in for landscaping. It's a terrible, terrible plant. But the fact that it's got cyanide in it kind of makes me a little reluctant to even have it. And of course, as you all mentioned, the Chinese tallow. There was some feeling that Chinese tallow was allelopathic, which means that it poisoned the soil around it like a hickory does to kill other plants. It's not allelopathic. What it is, though, it bears so much fruit that they germinate, and they cause more seeds, and they just force out all the plants. I'll tell you this truth. In Louisiana, the loblolly pine was once the dominant tree in the state of Louisiana. This is now the dominant tree in the state of Louisiana. The tallow. In Southeast Texas, it's competing right now as for the dominant tree species in Southeast Texas, mainly because we're very close, and so it's moving this way. So, and unfortunately, this was introduced into the United States by none other than Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin introduced this tree because it's got that waxy covering on their berries. And Benjamin Franklin thought it would be a great idea to start a candle business with using the wax from these China's tallow. And then in the 30s, because of land erosion and stuff, yes.
Yeah, well, I'm dealing with, if we're talking about invasives, I'm dealing with hammerhead worms.
So.
Yeah.
Later, so I can. I'm doing the invasive species talk next, and I'm actually.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm almost finished now. Any questions? Any more questions? I'm sorry.
Have a comment from your daughter.
Yes.
She says, air potato is toxic to humans in all forms. Air potato is toxic to humans in all forms.
You hear this? Air potatoes are toxic to humans in all forms. You want to see some air potatoes, you drive around the woodlands, they're there. Any other questions? Nobody?
Oh, yes.
Yes,
So
I'm
what
sorry.
What about, okay. 99% of nurseries around the area don't sell a native plant.
That's right.
So what can landscapers who are in need of doing, say, like a restoration of an entire yard, right? How can they supply themselves with like a bunch of, any of the material that you find? So I've had to find myself seeding some of these plants, but like say shrubs.
Right.
How do you
Yeah.
get that?
Button bush, I looked for it.
There you go.
Haven't even found it.
Chinese, you can get Chinese button bush,
Yeah, it's not the same.
but not, yeah, it's not the, so.
You can, Arbogate has some. Native, just talked to John a little while ago, John Ferguson, and he said they've got a bunch more native plants over at Nature's Way. Lone Star native plants over on the Lone Star Parkway in Montgomery. He's got native plants and he's just starting a retail business, but mostly wholesale. So he's got native plants. I'm sorry.
Maybe doing a nursery that provides native plant.
Yeah, he has only native plants. Lone Star, yeah, only native, that's all he grows. And you talk to him, he'll tell you every name of every plant, the Latin name of every single plant, which is driving me crazy, but he knows what he's doing. He's very good. Martin Singleton is his name. And then John just told me they got a bunch of new native plants over there, and I know Arbogate and Buchanan's downtown. And Doremus is a wholesaler. Are you familiar with Doremus? He's down in the Heights, I think.
Oh, yes, they're close to each other.
Yeah, and Doremus does that. And Josh as well. Josh does great, yeah, he's great news. Yeah. I like, Joshua's is down in the Heights next to near, the other one. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
On the Lantana, are there some that are native and some that are not native on the Lantana?
Yeah.
Are there some that are native and some that are?
That's right. There are some hybrids out there and there are some non-natives. The large leaf lantana is an invasive. The Texas lantana, they also call it ham and eggs lantana because the flower looks like ham and eggs. It's like a dish of ham and eggs. But the Texas lantana is a native. And then they have a lot of varieties of what they're cultivars of the original plant, and they have purples and oranges and reds and all that stuff.
Do they actually cross-pollinate
Yeah.
the genes?
Yeah.
So you could have a lantana that will later become you could have a native that will later on become a cultivar because it's been cross-pollinated by bees.
Yeah, it depends, but probably, unless it's been cultivated so far out of the gene pool that that it won't cross anymore. But they have some, with flowers, they've got all kinds of stuff that they're experimenting with. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have some photos of your garden?
I do, but I don't have them on this web, on the thing. And next time I come, which would probably be in 6 years from now. I will.
Great garden.
Bring some pawpaw fruit.
Yeah.
Your tree will have grown this much too.
Any other questions? Thank y'all for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Morning, everybody, right, we're still morning, okay, so I apologize, my voice, I'm getting my voice back at the moment, so there might be times where it goes in and out, but there's always words on the screen, there's plenty of other references you can always go to, you do not have to memorize the things that I'm talking to you about today. So Texas Invasive Species Institute is texasinvasives.org. We were sister entities for a long time. Then about 3 years ago, we acquired Texas Invasives. We're now housed at Sam Houston State University in Huntsville. So the headquarters went from Austin to Huntsville, but we still provide the same thing. We do real field early detection and rapid response surveys, but we also focus a lot on enhancing public education about invasive species, because if you don't know what they are, you don't know what you're doing to contribute to them. So how can you stop and have better habits? So that's always, the second prong of our attack is not only to do early detection, but also public education. This QR code will pop up a couple of times. It just provides a link tree. So there's a lot of different links that you can go to that I'll discuss during the presentation as well. So what this means, oh, and so we also have been partnered for a long time with Parks and Wildlife, USDA APHIS, which is the invasive species branch of the USDA, A&M Forest Service, Texas A&M AgriLife as well, and the US Forest Service. So we are still currently found at 2 different websites. The information is the same. Basically, if you Google Texas and invasives, you will either find texasinvasives.org or you will find TSUS invasives. That stands for Texas State University System, which is what St. Lucie is a part of. So that's where that is. But this databases are the same. Texas invasives is going to have a lot more plant invasives. TISI is what my home org is. TISI has a lot more of the invasive pest and animal information, but it's all the same there. So we have illustrated descriptions. You can look up management as well. You can look at the history of introduction, resources. There'll be videos to help with things like that. So that's why I'm like, I'll be talking to you about a lot of invasives today, but you don't ever have to memorize it because it's always there on our websites for reference. So I always like to start at the beginning to kind of make sure we're all on the same page as to what an invasive species is, because there's a lot of terms that get thrown around or interchanged. Like you hear exotic or weed or non-native, and yes, most invasive species are exotic, but not all exotic species are invasive. So an invasive species is the species that is non-native to the ecosystem under consideration. So that can also mean a native species, right? So the ecosystem under consideration, whose introduction causes or is likely to cause economic or environmental harm or harm to human health. It's red, it's bolded. That's the important part of this definition. So this definition came from an executive order in 1999. So think about that. It's only been 24 years that the federal government has been, hey, let's do something about these invasive species. So invasive species are something that cause harm. And it can cause harm in a lot of different ways. Oftentimes, and what really caught the attention of the government after a while is that economic impact. How much is it hurting us? So it has an economic impact, which means it could affect your crops. So it has agricultural impacts. They can impact our forests, our natural heritage. Like he was talking about with Louisiana and the Chinese tallow, that of course I will touch on. Recreation and then harm to human health. Invasive species can attack all of these facets or just one. Kind of depends on how invasive the species is in general. But the thing is, for it to have that title means it is a species that is causing harm in some form or fashion. So a snippet on the economic harm. I always like to just kind of, so right here you got like the Asian carp barrier. So that was one of those, like we brought those in because we overfished. We were trying to counteract hydrilla problems. Right there, I mean, that was $30 million to build, $18 million a year to maintain, but Texas Invasive Aquatics estimates $17 million lost in property value. And then over 5 years ago, it was costing they had to set aside 9.6 million to address invasive aquatic species. That number has maintained about the same every year. So that means that means the state here alone, and that's just invasive aquatic species. Our state is setting aside $10 million to manage, not eradicate, manage invasive aquatic species. So then a lot of ways that they can cause harm to us or our animals, they can cause allergies. So you've got the Asian tiger mosquitoes. I'm a parasitologist by trade. I hate mosquitoes and I hate slugs. I'll talk about slugs in a little bit. Mosquitoes, they do nothing but spread diseases. Asian tiger mosquito helps bring in invasive diseases as well. So you've also got slugs that bring in parasites. They have the recreational and social impact. Giant salvinia that smothers our lakes. Hydrilla does the same. So there's always a lot of damage that comes along with that. One of our more infamous species, which is now here in Texas, and I will talk about more later, is the emerald ash borer. This is the same street 3 years apart in Ohio. All ash trees And what's really ironic, and this is something that city planners need to factor in to things as well, is that street was previously lined with elm trees in the 80s. Dutch elm disease was an invasive pathogen that came and wiped them all out. So then they're like, okay, let's plant a bunch of ash. So again, another monoculture is what they put in. Then you have another invasive come in, completely wiped it out. So sometimes the damage is very obvious when we see it, and oftentimes we're oftentimes behind the ball. So the red imported fire ant, this is one of those invasive species. No, it is not native to Texas. It actually is from South America. It came in here about the 30s and potted plants and has invaded the entire southeastern United States. So they have impact multiple facets. So they have the environmental impact. They attack ground dwelling animals. They harm our horned lizards, our bobwhite quails, our prairie chickens, kind of anything that lives and reproduces on the ground, they're a threat to. That also means our native ants get displaced. They also eat crops. They destroy crops as well. In Texas alone, fire ants cost $500 million a year to manage. Again, not eradicate, manage. And that's one species in this state alone, 500 million. And they also threaten our health or our livestock health. You can have an anaphylactic reaction to their stings if you are allergic, just like honeybees. So if your livestock or your pets or yourself are swarmed by fire ants, which is very easy to happen if you walk in the wrong place, it can also cause a lot of harm to our health as well. So invasive species cause harm. That's the big part of it. But, you know, if they just came and they caused harm in one spot, then we could trap it and stop it. And then what would be the problem? The problem is that they cause harm and they spread really, really fast. As Bob touched on last, they just do things better. They produce more seeds. They have more generations in a year. They're drought tolerant. They're brackish water tolerant, they're flood tolerant, they're cold tolerant, they're just tolerant, and they reproduce. And the problem is that a lot of these species we didn't have our eye on for a long time, because think about that, federal definition didn't get set until 1999, which means that realistically in the research world, probably about the 60s, 70s, and 80s was when there was a lot of research going into, wait a minute, I think we're causing more harm than good when we keep swapping things around. So one of the more infamous species that shows how fast these things can grow if they're undetected is the red lionfish. So this is a fish native to Southeast Asia, so the Indo-Pacific, kind of those islands over there. It has paraplegic venom in its spines, so it will kill you if you are punctured it. It will kill humans, it will kill things bigger than humans, smaller than humans. It's paraplegic venom. So they have a really great defense mechanism. This is a fish that you can still buy in your stores today. So it's really important to know. Bob even touched on this too. Invasive does not mean illegal. So it's really up to you to make the proper decisions. You'll see that there's a ton of invasives for sale. And that's a lot of our problems. So, got ahead of myself. So in 1985, there was a hurricane in Miami. Not a big surprise. It's Miami. There's red lionfish in aquarium. Not a big surprise. A beautiful, stunning fish. You see them in any aquarium, right? So there's a hurricane. A mating pair gets out. The mid-80s. Back then, it's fine. An ocean is an ocean, right? Like, what can we do? I mean, you can't really track them. It was the 80s. I'm sure they weren't chipped back then, because what's the harm? An ocean is an ocean. So this mating pair starts breeding, and they have no predators, right? They have paraplegic venom. They eat anything smaller than themselves, maybe a little bit bigger than themselves. So they just go unnoticed. And then from 1997 to the range is the same up until this year. They're now found from Philadelphia down to Venezuela, all throughout the Gulf of Mexico and off the coast of Belize, where our second largest coral reef in the world is. This was all because we just let things lie. We released it into the wild. What's the problem? What's the harm? Well, since they go around eating whatever they want to, they eat all of the fish that line the coral reefs. So coral reefs are dying because they're being smothered in algae, because our lionfish here are also gluttonous too. They're very Americanized. We looked at them for parasites, no parasites, but they had fatty livers and really big stomachs. So they're doing great. So that's why there are now a lot of initiatives. Lionfish is an amazing fish to eat. They're trying to eat the invasives, but at this point, it's an uphill battle. How do we stop something that can reproduce faster and eat anything else that it wants to? And none of our predators are adapted for it. Like, yeah, groupers might eat them once and survive. Are they going to eat them again? I don't know. There's a lot of other fish out there. So a lot of things spread naturally. They fly, they stick to clothes, they are eaten by animals, defecated somewhere else. There's a lot of ways they spread, but we can't always explain expansion. My previous slide kind of hinted, right? How did the lionfish get there to begin with? It was with human assistance. Humans have been moving things for millennia. Marco Polo, ever since he went over to the Khan Empire in China, we've been moving stuff because we think it smells good, it's pretty, it's exotic. Humans have been moving things for forever. And invasive species are the downside of that. And now we have to stop doing a lot of accidental introduction and purposeful introduction as well. So accidental has been like ship ballast water is how zebra mussels got here. Packing materials is how emerald ash borer and so many other invasive insects have gotten here. Travelers, moving firewood is how so many bark beetles spread within the United States. Pets and aquariums, ornamental planting, right? The landscape industry is the #1 like perpetrator of purposeful introduction, because as you mentioned, yeah, Nandina is still, I mean, it's hard for me to find the management information on the web, like for Nandina. It's that like popularized still, even though we know it's invasive and we tell you it's invasive, you cannot find out management stuff without going to our website. That's why we provide our resources, because sometimes that stuff can be really hidden and you'll be seeing it everywhere. So, I mean, a useful landscape, yeah, easy to propagate, easy to care for. It's beautiful as well. I mean, that's the kind of plant I need. I do not have a green thumb by any means. I need something that just big goes, takes care of itself. Like those Turk's cats, they came with my house and they're doing fine, but I have not done anything for them. But they're native, thankfully, they're just in a great spot from the previous owner. Problem is, a lot of what makes a plant great for landscaping is what makes it invasive. It produces so many more seeds. Maybe it doesn't even need sexual propagation, right? And it has a habitat generalist. So you're, like we mentioned, you're going to see a ton of contradictions up there. So if you are looking into restoring properties or things like that, if you're trying to change your own landscape or just do better, you can look at our website and see, okay, is this on there? And it's up to you in the end, but we are doing a lot of things on the other side now. So a lot of things that we're trying to do on the research side is the government who's here to help is trying to stop being so helpful immediately. So it can seem frustrating from the outside when you might hear about a species and then you're wondering, what are they doing to stop it? Well, what about that predator back from over there that's known to kill it? Why haven't they brought it here yet? Because we did that stuff way too fast, and that's why we have carp issues for our hydrilla, and we have brown trout issues, and we have all of these issues because we kept bringing other things in. So biocontrol research, it just takes longer now, but that's still always going on. So there's a lot of research and monitoring and restoration that's now happening to figure out, okay, how can we restore these areas? There's been a lot of public awareness that's still going on because we have to keep people aware. They're not going anywhere. Invasive species are here to stay, but we could at least stop spreading them around. You know, just commit to your pets, right? Don't dump them. Please protect the lakes you love. It's now a fine if you don't clean, drain, and dry your boat. So that's a lot of what we try to do on our side is the public outreach and doing, you've got USDA Customs looking through all of this stuff, trying to catch people smuggling in beetles and snails and stuff. And then you've got management efforts out there actually trying to revive our natural areas. But that's only a part of the picture. The other half is that we need engaged citizens. We just need educated citizens like yourself, where you may go and talk to somebody else about this. And that word of mouth, just getting people to go and learn about invasive species is really important because we also need help looking for these as well. Like our institute is not large. We are not a very large institute. So that's why we do so much citizen outreach as well, is because we really need help with reporting. One way that you can stay informed, and I'll pass around a clipboard in a little bit, is we do have a monthly iWire that keeps you informed. It's invasive species news that's happening in the nation or happening in the state. It'll highlight citizen scientist groups or master naturalist chapters, anyone that's out there doing invasive species removal. We'll talk about that. We also list our workshop schedules. So if you do provide that, or if you do want to sign up, that's all the emails is for a monthly email. So what can you do to stop them from spreading is stop giving them a ride, right? Stop dispersing them. Think about how are you transporting them? So don't move firewood is a really important thing in general. Think about, so I did a presentation and this one guy, he said, well, my neighbor's tree died. She cut it down and she said, hey, you want some firewood? And I said, yeah, sounds great. And so he brought it over and her tree was an oak that had died. And then he brought it over, brought the firewood, and then he noticed that his oak started suffering. I'm like, well, did you check the wood for beetles? Did she tell you how the tree died? Like, no. So that happens with native species as well. That's why it's just so important. They want you to burn it where you buy it, because we're not trying to give these beetles a free ride. A lot of bark beetles can already fly for miles and miles, but when we just drive them wherever we want, because, well, this is my firewood and I'm not paying for it over at the park and blah, 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 blah. That's how so many, that's why I don't move firewood, but even keep that stuff in mind when you're sharing plants or you're sharing things with your neighbors, right? We're gonna talk about a lot of creepy crawlies that are gonna be in your area that, you just need to kind of keep an eye out for and think about how are you accidentally spreading them around. So remember, we've got our 2 websites that you can always look at, but there's also the Quiet Invasion run by the Lower Galveston Bay Watershed, run by Hart. And so it's galbayinvasives.org. And this also has a really great visual guide as well to invasive species in the area. So there's always identification resources out there, but this is now we're getting into what species are you talking about and how can we help you? So the Sentinel Pest Network, this is the part of our invasive. So there's hundreds of thousands. There's hundreds of invasive species. Our Sentinel Pest Network these are species that we really need your help identify, like looking for them now, because they're either in Texas or they're coming to Texas or they're recently arrived. So they're pests of high regulatory significance. What that means is they're like the big bads of the invasive species. They're ones that we know have caused harm in other states, have caused harm in other countries that we know will impact us, our state, if they're here, or if we continue to let them spread unwatched. Right. So sometimes it may feel like, why am I putting in all of this effort, for something that's here and established? But we need to know, yeah, it may be established, but if it was established in the Houston area and then you find it even like over in College Station, that's a significant leap. How much are we missing in between? So having that information for us helps them track as well. So Sentinel Pest Network, these are species that are really important for us to watch. And it started as a dirty dozen. And this was set up when Texas Invasives was first formed. I've been in for 12. Sorry, I've got to back into when I started at TISI to when they started. I got 15 years ago. So I'd say this list has been around. This was the original dozen. about 13 years ago, and it had some emerald ash borer, gypsy moth, tropical soda apple, African land snail, some of those names you've heard before. It's now since expanded. And no, I'm going to talk to you about a lot of invasives, but I'm not talking to you about all those, so don't worry. What's really important to notice is the variation, that we have a fair split between animals and plants, but also this currently in Texas. Unfortunately, a lot of them here are currently in Texas. Some of them, like tawny crazy ant, have been here for a while, but we still want to track them and make sure that they're not. There's some species we're making a curb on, some species we're getting a rein on. We just want to know where they are. So it's kind of the breakdown of our Sentinel Pest Network as it stands. And this is one of those, you go right to our homepage and you can report the species. It does not require a login. You can either use this bar to scroll side to side, or you can go to the Take Action tab, click Report It, and you can scroll up and down. But that whole list of species are right there. And I'll give you instructions to how you can report about invasives that are not listed on Report It. So the first is the invasive snail. So you've got the giant African land snail. Now this is a very, very problematic snail. And it's been a big issue in Florida, and it is yet to establish here in Texas. The problem is we're great habitat. And this was one of the species that was recently intercepted. Actually, sometime last year at IAH, someone was trying to bring them in because these are very popular in the pet trade. This is a prohibited species. These are both prohibited species. So thankfully, they're not for sale in our pet trade, but that does not mean that people aren't constantly trying to bring them in. And I mean, I get it. They're cool. It's a giant snail. It's a giant snail that spreads parasites. Just don't. So it's conical. It's big. I mean, that snail gets really big. But the one that we do have here that is on our list is the apple snail. So it can also be quite big. It can easily have a 3-inch diameter. Went backwards. I just set it down. It's a spiral shell. This is a fully aquatic snail. So you've got a terrestrial snail and an aquatic snail. So this one is found in our area, and one of them has bright pink eggs that is going to help you identify it, and that's the apple snail. So because it is a fully aquatic snail, and it's often in the murky waters of our bayous, or it is recently expanding up into the Woodlands and Conroe area, so we really just need your help reporting these locations, and also squishing eggs if you see them. So these bright pink eggs, they look like bubble gum. You'll be out, you're like, what's on that concrete culvert, or what's on that tree in the middle of the lake? Or you cannot miss them. That is thankfully the one upside, because the snails are fully submerged. It's really hard to manage them once they're established in a large water body. If you have a small pond at home, yeah, you could dredge them up time after time. But really, this is how you can help us, is by reporting it and then promptly squishing the eggs after you see them, because that's hundreds of snails that you are stopping from continuing on into the environment. So these snails also spread parasites. They also change the aquatic ecosystem because they outcompete other invertebrates in the area. And then there has been some impact on migrating limpkins and their distribution, which is interesting. It's kind of cool, but that's kind of like, hey, these limpkins have been having the same migratory season for however long, and then because this species distribution is changing, it's affecting their migratory. That's just showing a lot of other impacts that it can have as well. So, did I?
Nope.
Okay.
It's on. Ready?
Yes.
Try again?
Yes. So it's important to remember the giant African land snail is not here. The rosy wolf snail, and I'll start pass that one around. So the rosy wolf snail this is a native snail. It's one of those, Texas is right on the border of its native range. So over here it's considered native. get more towards Austin, not so much. But the rosy wolf snail is a predatory snail. So it's one of those, it's up to you to manage that in your own yard, how you feel. But you'll notice they both have the same shell shape. Rosy wolf snail can get 2 to 4 inches. So people think, oh my God, that's giant. No. 5 to 8 inches for the other one, right? Giant. So, and it's really important to note the rosy wolf snail will always have a pink coloration. The giant African land snail will always have stripes. It may not be as brown, it may not be as pink, but they will always have either stripes or a pinkish hue to them. So, but even then, we still want you to report because I'd rather tell you, no, it's okay, that's a rosy wolf snail than you thinking, oh, it's a rosy wolf snail. And it could have been a land snail, but thankfully that one is not established. The red ambrosia beetle is established. So this is one of those, it's a very tiny beetle. It's more about looking into the symptoms of what it can cause. So this is native to India, Japan, Myanmar, Taiwan, and it was brought here in wood products. It is a bark beetle. So it was first detected in Georgia in 2002, and it is now since spread throughout the southeastern United States, and it is here in Texas. We were helping detect with the U.S. Forest Service, I think as far back as 2006 was when we detected its expansion into 3 counties in East Texas. And even just as early as last November, they're detecting the beetle and the disease that it spreads in Harris County. So it's really important to be looking out for this. So the way, and Montgomery County is, I mean, these are the counties where it is present here. So but you've got Montgomery County, Harris County, Liberty. I mean, it's knocking on our doors. And this map just hasn't been updated yet. This is the U.S. Forest Service map.
Actually, I was the one who called the Forest Service to my house.
So it was you.
It was me. Yeah.
That's all right, guys.
Thank you.
The entomologist from Austin, he came and chiseled away, and yeah, you know the rest.
Yeah, no, and thank you. So that's why we need that help, because that could have gone undetected. And so was it in your red bay or was
Yes,
it?
I've lost 31 red bay. I've lost about 5 sassafras.
Fast, yeah.
I took everything out. I've got a few very small red bay left, but now they've started up again. They're dying again. But it's all around me, and I live in Kingwood. I've told people it's been in the news and whatever, but people aren't taking them down. Plus, disposal is a real problem. I
Yes.
kept everything in my yard, but a lot of my neighbors just had the trees cut down, and then of course they hauled them off. And not to a landfill, so you know.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing, and we'll definitely talk about that when we get to EABs, but just bark beetle, just trees that die from beetles in general, regardless invasive or native. That tree gets chopped down and needs to be mulched. And then if it can't be mulched fine enough, because say the contractor's like, I got a 1-inch blade, that's what you get. Okay, fine. Then you have your own pesticide on hand and you spray that mulch pile down. Like that's our due diligence. We're the reason these species have been moving around. It's our due diligence, right? If we're so great, we need to stop these things. And yeah, that's the unfortunate thing is, yeah, the tree may be cut down, but it moves to a landfill. And red bay and sassafras are found all throughout our forests in this area. And those are the native species that it attacks. But avocado is a congener of red bay. So it poses a huge threat to the avocado industry, especially in Mexico. And this beetle has been found in California. So it has a big environmental and economic impact. And it can be hard to control because they are small. You really have to start looking at the other symptoms. So it's small. It's got a couple of, these traits help me out. I'm like, oh, I can spot it out, but I've been trained to do that. I've been doing surveys for this. I noticed that it has a crease on its end and it quickly slopes. We don't ask you to look for that, really, and that's what she was talking about. She saw her red bay getting sick. These beetles bring a fungi to plants called laurel wilt. It causes death. It'll start with kind of discoloration up at the top, so you've got leaf wilting and color change. The bark underneath is looking discolored. Death happens in a few weeks, and you must destroy the tree afterward.
How small are you supposed to mulch it to be effective? Is it like what?
So, yeah, so that's one of the things. It's like when I pass around, the emerald ash borer is at least a little bit bigger, but these ones are so small. I mean, it'd be great if it could be like a 1/4 inch, but I don't know what's actually feasible. So I feel like with something like this, you want to have just a pesticide or something else on hand. Or the upside is, in this area, we're not often in a burn ban. Burn it. Maybe don't even mulch it, but you better be burning it within a few days. Like, okay, the tree's going down, everybody's coming over for a bonfire, right? But unfortunately, a lot of our counties can't burn, but that's sometimes your best option because they're just so small.
You can turn the mulch and desiccate it. That was the other thing.
Yeah,
Vicky Merritt said, just keep it turning so it's desiccated.
yeah.
So,
Just try to, because you're trying to take away any resource for those beetles to keep living and surviving. So the next one of our sentinel pests that is well established in this area, still for sale on the internet, came back in the 1800s. So it's one of those, like, it's been a problem at least since 1903 when it naturalized in Georgia. This is one of those. This is a fire ladder. So the Japanese climbing fern does just that. It climbs anything that it wants to. It could be 100-foot pine tree. It could cover entire shrublands. It doesn't grow as rapidly as kudzu. Kudzu is one of those, like, it grows feet in a day, but this will grow very fast, and it exacerbates wildfires because it will completely smother the plants around it. So not only is it suffocating them, but it can also create the natural fire process to become unnatural and a lot more damage. So the upside of this is we do not have any climbing ferns that are native to this area. So if you have a vine that looks like a fern, and then the leaves don't look consistent throughout the same vine, you probably have Japanese climbing fern. So it's a vine-like perennial, it climbs over everything. The leaves are doubly compound and vary in appearance. Right here, those little like finger, those are actually the spores, the reproductive fronds. So it reproduces by spores like ferns do. So this is a problem when you're managing it as well. No, if it's got the fronds out and you're pulling it down, you're just knocking spores everywhere. So that's half of the problem too, is when you're trying to managing it at the right time. So what can help is when you're pulling this down, being sure to bag any material, bag it up. Because then that way, yeah, maybe you knocked around something, but you're not just letting it go to a landfill. You're bagging it up. So it's really important to start creating barriers between the invasive and the environment. So these are the reproductive fronds. This is it in East Texas. And this is how the new growth can also look as well. So this is one, it's found throughout this area. It's very problematic.
I do the landscape maintenance at heart,
Oh,
and we're always having to pull this stuff. It's almost like you can't have it.
you hardly make a dent. Yeah, it takes a lot of repetition.
If it's cold, it's like the one thing wrong.
Yeah,
You know, like it doesn't really.
it's fine. Yeah, and that's the thing too, is they're just so dang persistent, all of these species. So back to one of our more infamous one, the emerald ash borer. The yellow is where it is now. So it was first detected in Michigan in 2002. It was embedded in wooden pallets, so pallets that were made from ash trees. This is a bark beetle. So back in the day, they weren't exactly looking at beetles embedded into pallets. So you've got them where they're pupated in the wood that becomes made a pallet in China. Then it gets shipped over here. The pupa just emerges as an adult, and then it goes. And so its primary species, it chooses any Fraxinus, any ash tree. It does not care if it is a young ash, old ash, Texas ash, does not care. Yes, ma'am.
Rooms to go, sold a dining room set to this couple, and they wanted to put the leafy, and they opened it up.
Yeah. See, and that can even happen, like if it's the wood's not properly sealed, like, like. Yeah, even your wooden furniture, like it's really disturbing how persistent beetles can be.
The other dining room set to the.
Exactly. So the problem is that this will attack any species of ash, and it is present in Texas. It first was started in the Harrison County, Marion, so kind of more your Texarkana area, and then a few years later, it jumped over to Tarrant County, so where Fort Worth was. Then last year, Dallas County, which those are neighboring counties that kind of tracks. But if you have ever driven up in this area, once you get into Missouri, if you're driving in the summertime and you're seeing dead trees along your drive, those are all ash trees. Like they decimate everything. So they spend their life mostly in an ash tree. So the adults emerge, and the adults can fly for miles. They are very well adapted for flight. They find a new ash tree. They lay eggs on the bark. The eggs hatch. They become larvae. The larvae burrow into the phloem or into the cambrium of the tree, and then they pupate. So this is kind of how they sneak across. They were sneaking across in furniture. They're sneaking across in pallets. They pupate for months. They overwinter as pupa. The following spring, they emerge, and they can either stay on that same tree or they keep spreading. So this beetle, or I forget to start doing my pass out. So, and this one is to show you the D-shaped exit holes and the size. The beetle is not large. It is larger than a red bay ambrosia beetle, so you have a chance of detecting it. And it's just when I show you some of these characteristics, you're gonna be like, wow, that's really obvious. But then when I show you the real time, you're gonna go, that is not obvious at all. So it becomes a gestalt thing. You look at the overall appearance. How is your ash tree looking? I'm actually gonna get, yeah, I'm just gonna get it. Let's start this. So it's ash tree specific. So any ash, but that's the important part, is are you noticing canopy dieback? Was it dying from the top? Is it having weird epicormic shoots? So epicormic means it's just trying to regrow because something is not right. So it's not circulating properly anymore. So it's trying to regrow again. The leaves might be larger than they normally are. Maybe they're not the right color. Do you see D-shaped exit holes? So that's why I'm passing around. The D shape is not very large, but the D is important because these beetles have a flat back, and that's how you can tell them apart from other wood-boring beetles. The tree, same thing, tree is doomed. Okay, if you find that your ash tree is sick, you cut a glimpse of some green beetle, you call us, we come over, or you call somebody, call either us or Forest Service, and we will come and confirm it. But it's another one of those, it's done. Chop it down, mulch it, burn it, do what you need to, but it is done. There's no way to really stop it. So there is something that helps identify this beetle. So, compared to the red bay, right, we got another beetle on a penny. That's significantly bigger than the last beetle we talked about, but it's not huge, but it is bright metallic green. So that's why it's an emerald ash borer. And on the underside of its wings, it has a red coloration. So it's almost like a Christmas beetle. And that red coloration is really, really important. Because you'll notice there's a native Agrilla species. Like there are native species that are in that genus. They keep their nice symbiotic relationship. I mean, usually we don't have problems with native species until like the tree is drought stricken or stressed out in some other way. So ours beetles kind of like to just keep living where they're living. They don't like to move as much as these invasive ones. So you'll notice a lot of the coloration is the same, but it's important to note these are not found on ash trees. but none of them have that red underside. So if you ever find a beetle, you just pull off one of those wings. If it's red underneath, please give us a call. The next one, this is not in Texas yet, but another insect that I appreciate because of its uniqueness. It's easy for anybody to identify. It's called a spotted lanternfly. It's actually a very beautiful insect. Kind of reminds me a little bit of a watermelon. So this is native to China, and it was brought over in imported goods. Was first found in Pennsylvania in 2014, and it is a very successful flyer. So we gave it a ride over here to the United States. Now it's helping itself throughout the area. So it kind of started up here in the Northeast area, but what's important to note is that it's expanding. It is expanding, and the reason that we're concerned is it can live off of so many different host plants. And a lot of our crop plants, or our fruit trees, our fruit vines, they will destroy them. And for Texas, in concern is stone fruits, and then our common grapevines. So our whole wine industry, our peaches, plums, those kinds of things are threatened because of this species. So this is one that we really want to detect early, because it's not here in Texas, but it easily could be, because one, we have some of the crops, like, yeah, we don't really do cherries or apples, but we have maple trees and we've got stone fruits. Now, maybe it's not the same that you make maple syrup from, but we've got maple trees. And we have the invasive tree of heaven as well, which is another one of those host plants. So the spotted lanternfly and tree of heaven are from the same area in China. So they love it when they find each other again, right? And that's unfortunately the problem, is that we've been bringing invasive plants for so long that the insects find a way, and we have just set up a new habitat for them. That is all we have done. So that green area, that's where tree of heaven is found. So it's really likely this insect will appear here. And then notice where the tree of heaven is found. I mean, there is a lot of wine production in that area. I'm just saying, I'm a fan of Texas wine. So thankfully, it's a much larger insect. It's 1 inch. When it's opened up, it's very colorful. It has a spotted front wing.
Is Hershey, Pennsylvania this summer, and they were just all over, like you can't miss them.
Yeah.
Or this fire. Down on the ground and.
Oh, well, yeah, definitely smash any that you see, but I can. It's like like just huge flies. I'm sorry, I think about like swallowing them, like back from my band days when you like accidentally like, So anyways, I guess there's another marching band people. So the cluster of adults, like as she meant, like if you notice a very conspicuous insect on your tree that you've never seen before, has some instars that are pretty unique looking as well, definitely report us, give us a call, but thankfully it is conspicuous, so you can report it to us. If you have tree of heaven in your yard, please remove it promptly. Thank you. So it was imported in 1784, sold in nurseries. It's found in 42 states. It overtakes by forming impenetrable thickets. It's one of those allelopathic plants that Bob was talking about. Yeah, a lot of invasive plants like to make the habitat much better for them. And it does that. So it changes the pH, makes it suitable for itself at the damage of all native species. And its root system is aggressive that it can disrupt drainage, sewers, and foundations. So it's making the moves. So it has large leaflets. So 1 to 4 feet is a leaflet, or is a leaf, and it's made of 11 to 24 leaflets. So it can get quite large, and it has samaras like an ash tree. So those nice like papery seeds, but they're a beautiful pink and orange. That's going to be your most identifying characteristic, is when those samaras, those seeds appear in late summertime. Because this could kind of look like other species, and the flowers are not necessarily very attractive or very noticeable, but the samaras are. So kind of getting into so those were our sentinel pests that we need you. please report to us. But these are ones that you already know are in the area, so I don't need to talk too much about air potatoes. But I will highlight, yes, Bob is right. The Woodlands Township has an invasive species task force that goes out there and is removing the air potatoes. And it's one of those, it just makes me happy because our battle is so hard. It's such an uphill battle, but just seeing people care and trying is amazing. And because of their efforts, the Woodlands Township was able to coordinate with USDA APHIS with one of our partners to start doing air potato beetle releases. So one of those biocontrols that targets air potatoes and might drift a little over to tallows. Not quite sure how, but definitely not mad at that at all. But they're even starting to do some of the biocontrol releases in the woodlands as well. So most plants are, most invasives you'll find are not prohibited. There are quite a few, but invasive plants, it's minimal, but there is a noxious and invasive plant list. So it is really important. If you ever go to a nursery and you see them selling something and you're like, that does not sit right. I don't think they should be selling tallow. I don't think they should be selling kudzu. I don't think they should be selling giant reed. Please send me an email and then I will get in touch with TDA, and those nurseries will be visited by TDA. They will be given a warning. They will be given fines. They will, if they keep persisting. So it's one of those, there are some species that are prohibited, but this is the list. Right, if I talk about hundreds of invasive plants, this is our noxious and our invasive plant list. So if you see somebody selling climbing fern, it's one of those.
Will they confiscate the plants?
I think so in that moment. I know that they'll go there and visit, and I think they remove the plants as well. I don't know. They might even go as far to say they weren't growing them in-house. They might be to go, who is your provider? And then they kind of go that other investigative step, but that's really more of TDA's realm. Mine is to kind of help bridge getting them, because if text, like when I've emailed them, it was kind of a surprising response. It was like within a couple of days, they were already like warning that nursery. And I was like, okay, well, it's like we can help bridge that notification focus TDA, like, hey, we are saying there's a problem here. But if you go and you see anything that looks, you take a picture, you send me the address, I will get it reported up, because we could at least hold them accountable. I mean, there's so many other species you could be selling. Why sell the illegal ones, the ones that are actually illegal? So Chinese tallow, I don't need to spend too much on this. I mean, it's one of those that has a really persistent germination phase. You know, the seeds can lie dormant for up to 5 years. They resprout from roots. If you cut it down, it'll resprout from the trunk. It'll just do whatever it wants. It loves riparian areas, but it's hardy. You can find it. Like, it settles pretty much anywhere. And yes, it was brought over in the 1700s. Because yeah, tallow, soap and tallow wax was just going to be the wave of the future, and that just never really happened. So this one can be easily spotted in Texas because those kite-shaped leaves, those are what changed those beautiful colors in the fall. I remember being a young kid telling, oh, our leaves don't change, and I'm like, well, those do. Now I realize, well, yeah, that's probably why it was also imported as well. It has beautiful foliage. So it will produce green seeds that then become these white popcorn seeds. The shells, this plant produces so many tannins, so acidic, so that when it is in even a water, like, so if it's over a water body and it is dropping those seeds and those shells, it will start staining the water like tea. It does that to the soil. It does that to the water. It makes things acidic. It just makes things better for itself. And that's how it pushes everything else out of the way. And that's also why we have, she's like, really? What are you handing me? It's okay. But that's also why Chinese tallow, thank you, make up like 80% of Houston canopy now. So I promised I was gonna talk about it.
Yes, I got something to say about it, but I'll let you.
Oh, no, but
Well, no, I'll just.
Oh, the tallow?
I have the insight on how to deal
with tallow?
with hammerheads.
Ah, okay, all right. So I'd love to know what your strategy is. 'Cause mine's really just been removal. So hammerhead flatworms, these ones we don't want because they're predators of earthworms. So if you have a compost, if you have an agriculture area, if you have a garden, you will find these wherever earthworms are. But they have been in the United States since the 1900s. These caught a lot of attention a couple years ago. I ended up on TV a couple of times because of this, because it is a really weird worm. Again, I appreciate that its common name explains exactly what it is. It is a flatworm with a hammerhead shape. So because it's a flatworm, it doesn't have a cuticle. You're gonna find it in really weird places. It might be stuck to your animal's leg, but it is moved. It's a hitchhiker in potted plants. So a lot of times people will say, oh, I just mulched, or my neighbor just mulched, or I just brought in a new tree. Those are the times when you're bringing things into your yard. That's when you need to start looking for these creepy invasives. A few more that I'll be talking about, because that's usually when you can catch them as soon as they arrive. So with these, it's important that you remove them and just remove them. Do not chop them up. They regenerate, and dispose of them usually in some sort of sealed container. If you throw it into the trash, it'll just crawl out. If you cut it in pieces, it'll regenerate. So you can do salt, vinegar. People have used blow torches. I mean, it's a flatworm. It's very susceptible to many things. I often just recommend just salt in a sealed container, sealing it, and put as many as you can and throw it away, and then keep visiting the area you have.
Okay, yeah, cool. So I think if, personally having to deal with this worm. And if you are doing an organic garden where you don't blow leaves out of the garden, this will be a sad day because you're gonna have to remove that leaf litter and probably burn it all. Right then and there, so you're not like even transferring it from one side of the yard to the other. So that way you can expose that top layer, so that then you can lose sleep for about maybe a month or two, and also destroy your lower back because you're gonna have to be bending down at night and come out with a flashlight looking for them, especially in areas where earthworms are at. So what I've been doing is, I've been making a map of my garden, and I have been sectioning them off into zones, like irrigation zones. And I have been identifying, marking the areas where I found the worms. But removal has been worse, because when you try to pick them up, they're crawling around like a leaf and a piece of wood and like another leaf, and their body weight will not lift that up, and they'll split. And then and then sometimes they're halfway buried in maybe like an existing earthworm hole. So the best, what I've done is just like 20% vinegar. And my wife has these cool little new spray bottles, well, they're new for me, because she's the one that really cleans. So it's one of those where you spray and then it just kind of mists. It's not like a real spray, okay, so I just spray it directly in the garden. I don't remove it. And so that has been the most effective way, because then I can stay on track if I'm scanning this area.
And that vinegar, I mean, it melts them away. It's right away. So that is great to know.
And I have made I've almost.
But y'all heard what he had to do. He had to quadrant the yard and develop a whole new system. And yeah, unfortunately, there's not like a bait or a trap you can put out for these, but that's good. But they are really susceptible to vinegar. So I love that idea of just going and misting them because they will dissolve.
And two more things, this is why planting natives is so important, because say that you can do controlled burn, well, this would more than likely target pests like these. Where I say in a controlled burn, you would with an apex.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, thank you. So these guys are here. They've been in our area realistically since the 80s. But we now know, because it caught some popularity, it's pretty much in if I always kind of count Austin as somewhat a midpoint, but basically north, south, but if it is east of Austin, these hammerhead flatworms are there. This one is a really big concern because it's here and we didn't really know it, but we're finding out now that it's here. So I started getting rumblings about this a couple of years ago. It really caught my attention. It's been causing a lot of issues in Minnesota. And gosh, even I'm not from Minnesota, but I visit there, so Minnesota. So anyways, it's become a really big issue, but now that we've started posting about it and I started presenting about it, I'm starting to find out. I got some reports from Dallas like last year, but then at a presentation, someone from Buda found it. Buda and Dallas are not in the same area at all. So anyways, this is a really big concern for us. And we need your help locating them. So an Asian jumping worm, it's also known as snake worm, crazy worm, Alabama jumper. If you are a fisherman, you will see the name Alabama jumper. Please don't use them. Please use any other kind of earthworm, please. So again, they are earthworms. They hitchhiked in potted plants. They were found in so probably the Northeast United States since the 1910s. Now they're invading southwards. They're found in 20 states. A lot of it has been unknowing movement of potted plants, right? An earthworm is an earthworm. What's the problem? Well, we're going to talk about the problem. And then also being used as angler bait. So this is my PSA. Very important to know. Earthworms are not native to the United States. Not your red crawlers, not your night crawlers, none of the lumberkiss, not native, brought over by the colonists. Our agricultural areas have adapted for this. Our forests do not need any earthworms, regardless if they are jumping worms or lumberkiss. So that's why it's really important to have good habits with worms in general. I know when once this started catching my attention, my mind was like, earthworms aren't native? No, they are naturalized like our honeybees are. But it's really important that we keep earthworms where earthworms belong, and earthworms belong in our backyard and in our fields, not anywhere else. So why are jumping worms worse? Well, they're not nutrient cyclers at all. They completely deplete the area. They keep it all for themselves. So they can inhibit seed germination. They reach maturity twice as quickly. So that means they have twice as many generations per season. So they consume all of the organic matter in the upper layers of topsoil. Soil's left without the ability to hold moisture, deliver nutrients to plants. It causes erosion, so much so that plants will start falling like out of the soil. They have nothing to hold on to. Their digestion changes the appearance of soil. So this is what the soil looks like after an Asian jumping worm infestation. They call it a coffee ground soil. So you know where it's just, there's not a lot of moisture. It's not holding itself like you're used to seeing. That's because the jumping worm is depleting absolutely everything in it. So how do you tell the difference? A lot of it is going to be behavior, and there is some morphological differences. But the reason it's called a jumping worm or a crazy worm is because it does not like undulate like an earthworm does, like a European earthworm. Usually when you disturb them, maybe they'll kind of coil up. They're pretty slow. They're not like super stressed out. A jumping worm is going to thrash around like an angry snake. Like you might be in your garden and at first you're thinking that you're disturbing a snake, and then you realize, wait, that is a worm acting like that. That is why it's called a jumping worm. So that behavior is going to be your first signal, wait a minute, this is not right. The second is going to be, so all earthworms, most earthworms have a collar around them called a clitellum. So these are both of them right here. This is our European earthworm. Its clitellum is pink and raised. So it is raised off the body like a saddle. On our Asian jumping worm, it is white and flush with the body. Now, sometimes if that Asian jumping worm is digesting material, it's not going to be this vibrant white, but you're going to notice that that collar is flush with the body. And also our jumping worm, that they're not slimy, they're sleek. Like they're not slimy like an earthworm is. So it's all of those traits together, right? Is it like, it's one of those, like it looks like an earthworm, but it's not doing anything, doesn't even feel right. You probably have a jumping worm, and it's really important to remove these immediately from the area. And it's gonna be hard. There are some techniques called worm grunting I've heard about, where if it can call out normal earthworms, it can call out the bad ones too. And that way you could at least be calling out. It's where you like use vibrations into the ground and they come out. And it works. I haven't tried it, but I see it works. But that can be some way to lure them out, but it's really problematic because they're gonna be as embedded in the soil as much as.
I've had some in my yard. I'm sorry.
No, you haven't seen it, email.
I feed chickens. My grandchildren love to find them and feed them. And I work, I volunteer at Mercer. I found them there and years aware. Yeah, so they're at Mercer Arboretum as well.
But I've got business, please send me an email, but at least you're feeding them to the chickens in the same area. That's a good way to dispose them. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention about earthworms in general, if you're using them as angler bait. You people think if you dump them in the water, the earthworms, they drown. No, they don't drown. They usually make it out to the perimeter of the water body that they are at. So any bait that you are using, use proper disposal, as in a sealed container, and throw it away. But please just don't buy Alabama jumpers. I had somebody who grew worms, and I actually really appreciated that he called, because he said, well, can I propagate these African night crawlers? I'm like, yeah, they're not that bad. They're nutrient cyclers at least. And he's like, well, what about Alabama jumpers? And I went, no. I'm like, I'm sorry, just no. And then I explained to him, and he's like, well, I'm really glad I called. And I'm like, I'm really glad you cared. There's a lot of people out there that don't care. So at least one thing is don't give into it. So the next one I passed out, black velvet leatherleaf slug. These are here. You can't miss them. It is a black slug. It's not slimy either. It's matte. We do not have a native black slug. It is all throughout this area. This one we don't necessarily need as much reporting now that we're really filling in its distribution. This is another one of those species where we knew it to kind of be like Brownsville area, San Antonio, off and on, which made sense. It's native to South America and it's made its way up to Central America. Like, okay. But one time one of our collaborators found it out in Orange, Texas. And that's when we were like, wait a minute. How widespread is this? And it ends up, it's practically everywhere. And it's another one of those, when you bring in new plants into the area, the eggs are clear. So they kind of look like other things in soil. So just looking for these and definitely removing these because they do spread parasites like those other snails do. The main take home message with these parasites is the slug itself is not the parasite. If you handle the slug, you will not die. If you handle the slug and it happened to be infected and then you used that slimy hand and touched your mouth and ingested, that is how you get the parasite. So if you are not eating slugs or licking slimy hands, you will be okay. But that's really important to note for your kids and grandkids. Hey, see a slug, let's not come tell mama. Mama's gonna take care of it. Just don't have them in your yard. Again, as a parasitologist, slugs, no thank you. So it's COVID rules. Wash your hands before touching your mouth. Don't keep them as pets. Just don't. I mean, like, I know slugs are really cool. It's just, again, as a parasitologist, I'm like, there's just so much that could go wrong. No. And then if you do have garden fruits and veggies, simply washing your fruits and veggies is very important because that is a way that we can accidentally ingest it. Say that slime's on the veggie and that slime with the, right? It can happen here in a more developed country, but it's just important, just wash, remove them and wash parts. So ways that you can help us out with a couple other things besides reporting those is we have a really large citrus screening education initiative. I'm actually gonna start passing these around. So these are to sign up for our monthly iWire if you're interested. To learn more about invasives, there's no sure, you can always sign up later. But citrus screening, you're in Montgomery County, you probably have an idea that there is a citrus quarantine in this area, and that is because there has been an Asian citrus psyllid that was introduced in Florida. It was coincidentally found in backyard citrus in Florida. So it was found in someone's yard. It then spread into commercial citrus. It caused that really big citrus crisis in like the early 2000s. I vaguely remember, I was like not a big fan of orange juice. So I'm like, oh, okay, but I even remember that it was a huge thing. Well, the pest and the disease is here in Texas. Texas has a huge grapefruit citrus production down in the valley. The disease isn't present there in the valley. It is present here in Houston. We are under quarantine, which means that if you buy citrus in this area, you should not be moving it around because you cannot guarantee, you shouldn't be moving things in or out of the quarantine area. And that's just because this insect does not fly well. It does not. This is spread simply by humans moving things around. The psyllid, it's a little hopper. It just hops. It doesn't fly for miles like the emerald ash borer or spotted lanternfly can. So the Asian citrus psyllid is a really small insect. These are the larvae right here. So backing up to the picture, so it has kind of a little, it looks a little snooty to me. It's got its butt up in the air. So it has this kind of stripage on it, but it will leave waxy secretion. So this is another one of those overall look. Are you seeing something on your citrus? It doesn't look right. So it kind of look like you've got like some hoppers or maybe some aphids. You've got this weird white stuff. That's their waxy secretions, and that is unique to the psyllids in general. So that usually will show that it's not an aphid, right? Honeydew's not coming out, those kinds of things. You'll notice that there's going to be some weird symptoms happening in your citrus tree. And it could be that it's losing coloration. The fruits are asymmetrical, they're sour, they're no longer able to be produced in general, they're falling early. This is how they have a large economic impact. The pathogen, the psyllid spreads citrus greening, which causes this disease in the plant. The disease kills the citrus tree. So it's another one of those. We have to be really aware of how we're moving our citrus around. So again, these insects do not fly easily. So even though it is detected in this county and the surrounding areas, we are doing education and outreach where we're providing citrus disease specific workshops, but also we have trapping and identification materials. So if you they have a citrus tree in your yard and you think it's not looking okay, we can come out there, we can do some in-field testing, and we do molecular testing as well to see, do you have citrus greening? And then sometimes there can be some mitigation if you just have the insect but not the disease yet. We can help bridge that with the Texas Department of Ag as well. So we're doing this through next year. It's really important. Please share that. We've got magnets as a reminder at the table. Just reach out to us anytime. Your friends in the surrounding counties, please. It's really important that we're helping assist the state and federal agencies by detecting these. Another one that we need to help with, but this one's actually ending pretty soon, is we've been using citizens to help us track the marketability. So again, a lot of invasives are not illegal. There are a few that are prohibited. So this focuses on invasive and or prohibited in species. So you would just go to a local aquarium store. You would be given a list, which we have the list right back there. A lot of these are some really like obvious ones, like some of these carps, the blue tilapia, giant weed, water lettuce, like these should not be sold. Zebra mussels, right? Asian clams, those should not be sold. This one, it's important to note, the suckermouth catfish, no, it is not prohibited. It is very, very invasive. It's becoming a really big erosion problem in the greens and buffalo bayous. But we want to see how widespread is it? Like, is it being sold everywhere? A lot. So if you go to a store and you see one of these species, you just take a picture of it and then you ask the store owner how long, you know, like, oh, this looks really cool, right? You're not there in any kind of, you're just you're our secret shopper. Okay, you're our secret shopper, and you're just asking them, oh, how long have you been selling this? And they're like, oh, this is a really cool fish or mussel or whatever. Oh, we've been selling it for X amount of years. And then you just send, hey, Ashley, I went to this store. They were selling one of these species. Here's a picture. They told me they've been selling them for this many years. And I'm like, okay, great. And we have a whole spreadsheet that we're sharing with Parks and Wildlife and the game wardens. Oh, let me put that back up. But I do have handouts in the back as well. But yeah, we do need some help. This is wrapping up in the middle of July. So it's been really useful just to have citizens that can get out there and get us more information, because we have a really big state. So managing plants, invasive plants, invasive anything, it takes a lot of time and dedication, and it will not be easy. If it was, I would have a different career. We wouldn't have to be dedicating all this time and money to invasive species because they would be manageable. So you can, if you catch them early, you can do a lot of mechanical work. Prescribed fires can be amazing at clearing out some stuff, but again, not everybody has access to prescribed fires, or you don't have a big enough area, or you're in one of those counties that can never burn. Consistent mowing can work well, but that's where going to our website and looking at different management strategies. Mowing can work well for some, it can help others spread even better. So it's kind of definitely look into those strategies before you just start attacking at one. But oftentimes, if it's, it's a tallow seedling, yeah, just pull it out as soon as you see it. So a lot of that can be good. And tree girdling has shown to become really, really effective actually against ligustrum and even tallow. So it's where you expose the inner bark. So just that second layer, you're exposing that inner bark layer. You're basically disrupting the flow of the tree. It is a lot slower of a kill, I guess you could say, than chopping down or doing hack and squirt or something like that, which we'll talk about. But it is showing to be very effective, and it doesn't cause the plant to start resprouting. It's kind of, because it's a slower death, it's almost more effective. So there is a master naturalist, Cliff Tylett. He's been doing a ton of work in the Austin area. He has cleared acres of ligustrum with this technique. And so he even does YouTube videos. I always recommend everybody looking, because it was just fascinating to know, like, wow, some like that can actually work against it. It doesn't always have to involve chemical all the time, but oftentimes you have to have some sort of integrated approach. And integrated usually means mechanical and chemical, or doing the dance together. Cut and treat is always really effective. It is where you cut and then you treat it with herbicide. But the really important part is the timing of it. If you cut it and then the next day you're applying herbicide, too late. You gotta cut it and apply that herbicide soon. I mean, like less than 10 minutes, because think about when you get a cut, your body starts healing as soon as that cut. That's exactly what a tree does. So if you wait too long to apply the herbicide, it's not going to get absorbed. And you're already going to have to be vigilant at re-treating these areas anyway. So it really helps to be as effective the first time as possible. I like to cut, it depends on the size of your area, right? If you're just doing a few plants, few trees, I like to cut and then use a paintbrush to apply the herbicide, because I like to focus my effort. I don't want to overspray too much. Sometimes cut and treat is not the option, you want to go with the direct foliar spray, this is very effective as well. And it works on tallows and a lot of those, but it's really vitally important that when you are doing this, it is not at all during a flowering cycle. And it is not during a rainy season. I also like to use a milk gallon kind of, again, if you're worried, we want to focus our efforts. So using something as simple as a milk gallon creates a shield. It focuses your spray in the area. But the reason we want to be aware of plants' flowering cycles, you got to protect the pollinators. Studies show herbicides can affect nectar. Right, so if you are doing a spray and even a hack and squirt, which is what we're coming into next, it's just be aware of flowering cycles if you're going to be using chemical management, even in ways that you wouldn't think necessarily would affect the pollinators. It can, because this herbicide is being absorbed into the tree. So it can have residual effects in the nectar, which affects our pollinators. Basal spray. It's where you spray at the base of the tree. This is effective on young trees before their bark has really formed. So it can be really good in an area where, you know, you may not be able to get up to the foliar and it kind of helps focus, but it's more effective on younger trees. And then this is the hack and squirt that I was talking about. You hack around the base of it and then you inject or squirt in herbicide into the base of the tree. And that's how you're basically injecting herbicide into the tree to have it distributed throughout its system and slowly kill it. But again, you need to be aware of rain events and flowering, because if you're introducing herbicide into the plant, it can affect the flowers as well. So this can be really effective. It's just important. Sometimes you might need a professional for these applications because the herbicide you want to use is not as times in commercial. Well, I guess it is commercial. It's not commercially available for, there's quite a few herbicides that you do need a permit for, but there's plenty like glyphosate and triclopyr and all of those that you can buy over the store, over the counter, and they can be effective. It just really takes a lot of time and effort. So yeah, you cut down that tallow tree, you better dig up like the next like 6 inches of soil for like 5-10 feet around it, because you got to clear that seed bank, right? So it's not just about clearing the area, it's thinking about the rehabilitation. You have created a vacuum in your yard, you need to replace it with something. Otherwise, those seeds that were just chilling for 5 years, they're just waiting for their time. So rehabilitation is the really important phase. So we're getting towards the end. I talked to you about that many sentinel pests. So sentinel pests, the ones that are our big bads that we need help reporting with, that are on our sentinel list. There were 6 of them, but these are all the ones I talked to you about today. I hope it didn't feel like that many, but I did highlight some of these are ones that we're going to get added to our sentinel pests. So we really do need your help, right? With the citrus greening, the Asian jumping worm as well. So how do you report? It's pretty straightforward. Just a clear picture is always nice, like something nice and obvious, like, okay, you are sending me a picture of a leafhopper. Something like this, it's a lot harder for me to discern. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're talking about a China berry here. I'm pretty sure. I mean, the vine, it's just proximity, closeness, because the way our website, texasinvasives.org, is set up right now, it can only upload 1 picture right now. So, you know, just make it a good one, something like that. It just helps give reference. So that helps me see the leaves, the berries, get an idea of proportion, right? Just something in focus of the creature. So I have a better idea. Again, I'm pretty sure that's China berry, but these are photos that are actually submitted. So it's just one of those, like, we have to have a certain level of confidence when we tell you yes, or if it was an emerging species and you're reporting it to me and it's a blurry jumping worm, well, then I can't confirm it. And then even if I send it to the state, it's still like an unconfirmed because it's a blurry picture, right? So that's where it's just, you know, taking that time please, because we really need that information. So again, those sentinel pests are right there on our website, doesn't require a login. There's 2 ways to get there. That's another way you can stay informed on our iWire. If you are reporting, and even on that QR code from earlier, which is also there if you have the reported, this is the form that appears. I mean, what in general, we ask for your name, email, your location, and the location of the invasive species. If you're not comfortable with all that, we at least need your email and the location of where the invasive species is and a picture of it. That at minimum, because we need to be able to write back to you and say, yes, that was, thank you for sending it. No, it wasn't, here's why, right? But this information is not published anywhere. The information that is the location of the invasive species, because that's what we care about. I just wanted to always point that out, that at minimum, please give us your email and locate coordinates and a picture, because other than that, you know, we can't do much with that. So what about those species that are not unreported? You can always email us. A lot of the invasive plants, we have a good idea of where they're at, but we always appreciate data because it's just really important to track. So please email us at invasives@shsu.edu. Kind of the same thing, a photo and a location at least. And by location, I mean somewhere coordinates or an intersection. Because I know jumping worms are here in Texas. I now know that they're possibly in Montgomery County. So it's one of those, like with flatworms, people are like, oh, I found it in Houston. Yes, I know. Okay. Where in Houston? So just, you know, as specific as you can get, but sometimes I even settle for just intersections of roads because I want to respect people's privacy because oftentimes they find it in their own yard. But we just need to know. And we also appreciate that information. Hey, I just brought something in, you know, some new landscaping into my yard and then these popped up.
So while trying to catch one of the hammerhead worms. Earthworm, little guy, started jumping around and I got caught on the hammerhead.
Oh no, it like
Yes.
fed itself to him.
So yes, but so do I have, if it jumps, does it mean I have a jumping worm?
I mean,
Or will earthworms also?
like they can.
Yeah.
So it's one of those, ooh, but we keep an eye. Now you know what you're looking for, so keep an eye out.
Because I have a much larger population of earthworms than I do hammerhead worms. And it's good, I think a good way to find worms is after a rain, also just like the hammerhead worms at night. And they will be like actually crawling all over.
Yeah. That one, I almost wonder if it was just so like, just, I mean, for it to fling itself on the predator, I mean, I feel like it was really stressed out. But like, you just gave yourself over, so. With that, so you can always, if you want to just report on absolutely everything that we have to offer, you can always sign up to become a citizen scientist. Do a Voyager online program. Voyager just means that you're out there on your own and you're able to go and report about any kind of invasive species that we have on our website. I passed around the clipboards. That's a way for you to stay informed. And with that,
Can I take a picture of the Voyager part?
yes. Yes, so you go, so let me just, you click citizen scientist up top, become a citizen scientist, and then, yeah, you've got a Voyager online program. We're working on trying to update it, but basically it's just different lesson units that you can go throughout your time. When you're done, you get a profile set up, and then you have access to reporting all of our invasive plants and everything. And so with that, we can take any questions, we can talk about anything.
The reason I'm asking those for secret something, you didn't use that. I mean, it would just tell us what it is. You have to have the additional knowledge to know things.
So iNaturalist and that, so that's a good way for you, you know, you can use Google Lens or something. It can usually help you say, oh, okay, I do have this. And then you report it to us as well. But we don't necessarily mine through iNaturalist for all of that stuff. Because unless it's one of those scientific verified ones, we kind of focus, but that is a great resource that you can go to kind of look at it as well, but sometimes the information can get skewed because it's such a large, I mean, it's one of those, it's a great thing and then not so great, but it can be a really good resource to use. And Google Lens is kind of coming along on some things. Yes, sorry.
For
Yeah.
trees that have borers and things like that, can you kiln dry the wood?
Oh,
Like, will that kill them? And use it?
well, yeah. Ooh. I like-
Because we did kiln dry a piece of wood.
I mean, yeah, I would think so, because it would completely desiccate the insects inside. Oh,
Steam, kiln dried.
yeah, I think that would be, and then that way you can kind of keep it around for firewood too. If you want, or how would that work afterwards, the kiln dried wood?
Oh, you can just use it for, like, we're using it for a desk. So it's like a big slab
Oh,
and
okay.
filling the holes with epoxy using this desk.
I love that. Yeah, so yeah, if you have a kiln, no, to me, that would make sense, because it would completely desiccate all the life cycle stages.
But if you want to, there's also, you can, I'm not sure if you can, but you can cover it with plastic and there's special insecticides that you can get. Which penetrate into the wood. So yeah, there's chemical ways that you can do that.
Yeah, to double check.
But you put a tent over it and there's a insecticide that you buy.
This was great. This was
Thank
awesome
you.
information.
Thank you. I love that.
Yeah, I was almost like feeling hopeless for a while. I'm like, am I the only one doing this, you know? 'cause-
No, I appreciate you putting in the hard work, because no, I mean, it's such a problem, but it's one of those, like, keep trying.
I caused the problem, by bringing in a plant that, from an,
Exactly, I mean, that's
so it's
the.
like, I gotta